Book 1, Chapter 1 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex C. Telander, Davis, California. The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth by H. G. Wells. Book 1, The Dawn of the Food. Chapter 1. The Discovery of the Food. 1. In the middle years of the 19th century there first became abundant in this strange world of ours a class of men tending for the most part to become elderly, who are called, and who are very properly called, but who dislike extremely to be called, scientists. They dislike the word so much that from the columns of Nature, which was from their first their distinctive and characteristic paper, it is as carefully excluded as if it were that other word which is the basis of all really bad language in this country. But the great public and its press know better, and scientists they are, and when they emerge to any sort of publicity, distinguished scientists, and eminent scientists, and well-known scientists is the very least we call them. Certainly both Mr. Bensington and Professor Redwood quite merited any of these terms long before they came upon the marvelous discovery of which this story tells. Mr. Bensington was a Fellow of the Royal Society and a former President of the Chemical Society, and Professor Redwood was Professor of Physiology in the Bond Street College of the London University, and he had been grossly libelled by the anti-vivisectionists time after time, and they had led lives of academic distinction from their very earliest youth. They were of course quite undistinguished-looking men, as indeed all true scientists are. There is more personal distinction about the mildest-mannered actor alive than there is about the entire Royal Society. Mr. Bensington was short and very, very bald, and he stooped slightly. He wore gold-rimmed spectacles and cloth boots that were abundantly cut open because of his numerous corns, and Professor Redwood was entirely ordinary in his appearance. Until they happened upon the food of the gods, as I must insist upon calling it, they led lives of such eminent and studious obscurity that it is hard to find anything whatever to tell the reader about them. Mr. Bensington won his spurs, if one may use such an expression of a gentleman in boots of slashed cloth, by his splendid researches upon the more toxic alkaloids, and Professor Redwood rose to eminence. I do not clearly remember how he rose to eminence. I know he was very eminent, and that's all. Things of this sort grow. I fancy it was a voluminous work on reaction times, with numerous plates as sphygmographic tracings (I write subject to correction), and an admirable new terminology, that did the thing for him. The general public saw little or nothing of either of these gentlemen. Sometimes at places like the Royal Institution and the Society of Arts it did in a sort of way see Mr. Bensington, or at least his blushing baldness and something of his collar and coat, and hear fragments of a lecture or paper that he imagined himself to be reading audibly, and once I remember, one midday in the vanished past, when the British Association was at Dover, coming on section C or D, or some such letter, which had taken up its quarters in a public house, and following two serious-looking ladies with paper parcels, out of mere curiosity, through a door labelled "Billiards and Pool" into a scandalous darkness, broken only by a magic lantern circle of Redwood's tracings. I watched the lantern slides come and go, and listened to a voice, I forget what it was saying, which I believe was the voice of Professor Redwood, and there was a sizzling from the lantern and another sound that kept me there, still out of curiosity, until the lights were unexpectedly turned up, and then I perceived that this sound was the sound of the munching of buns and sandwiches, and things that the assembled British associates had come there to eat under cover of the magic lantern darkness. And Redwood, I remember, went on talking all the time the lights were up, and dabbing at the place where his diagram ought to have been visible on the screen. And so it was again so soon as the darkness was restored. I remember him then as a most ordinary, slightly nervous-looking dark man, with an air of being preoccupied with something else, and doing what he was doing just then under an unaccountable sense of duty. I heard Bensington also once, in the old days, at an educational conference in Bloomsbury. Like most eminent chemists and botanists, Mr. Bensington was very authoritative upon teaching, though I am certain he would have been scared out of his wits by an average board-school class in half an hour, and so far as I can remember now, he was propounding an improvement of Professor Armstrong's heuristic method, whereby at the cost of £300 or £400 worth of apparatus, a total neglect of all other studies, and the undivided attention of a teacher of exceptional gifts, an average child might with a peculiar sort of thumbly thoroughness learn in the course of 10 or 12 years almost as much chemistry as one could get in one of those objectionable shilling textbooks that were then so common. Quite ordinary persons, you perceive, both of them, outside their science, or if anything on the unpractical side of ordinary, and that you will find is the case with scientists as a class all the world over. What there is great of them is an annoyance to their fellow scientists, and a mystery to the general public, and what is not is evident. There is no doubt about what is not great. No race of men have such obvious littlenesses. They live in a narrow world, so far as their human intercourse goes. Their researches involve infinite attention and an almost monastic seclusion, and what is left over is not very much. To witness some queer, shy, misshapen, grey-headed, self-important, little discoverer of great discoveries, ridiculously adorned with the wide ribbon of some order of chivalry, and holding a reception of his fellow-men, or to read the anguish of nature at the neglect of science when the angel of the birthday honors passes the Royal Society by, or to listen to one indefatigable lichenologist commenting on the work of another indefatigable lichenologist, such things force one to realize the unfaltering littleness of men. And with all the wreath of science that these little scientists built and are yet building is so wonderful, so portentous, so full of mysterious half-shapen promises for the mighty future of man, they do not seem to realize the things they are doing. No doubt long ago even Mr. Bensington, when he chose this calling, when he consecrated his life to the alkaloids and their kindred compounds, had some inkling of the vision, more than an inkling. Without some such inspiration for such glories and positions only the scientist may expect, what young man would have given his life to such work as young men do? No, they must have seen the glory. They must have had the vision, but so near that it has blinded them. The splendor has blinded them, mercifully, so that for the rest of their lives they can hold the lights of knowledge in comfort. That we may see. And perhaps it accounts for Redwood's touch of preoccupation that there can be no doubt of it now. He among his fellows was different. He was different inasmuch as something of the vision still lingered in his eyes. 2. The food of the gods, I call it, this substance that Mr. Bensington and Professor Redwood made between them, and having regard now to what it has already done, and all that it is certainly going to do, there is surely no exaggeration in the name, so I shall continue to call it therefore throughout my story. But Mr. Bensington would no more have called it that in cold blood than he would have gone out from his flat in Sloane Street clad in regal scarlet and a wreath of laurel. The phrase was a mere first cry of astonishment from him. He called it the food of the gods, in his enthusiasm, and for an hour or so at the most altogether. After that he decided he was being absurd. When he first thought of the thing he saw, as it were, a vista of enormous possibilities, literally enormous possibilities. But upon this dazzling vista, after one stare of amazement, he resolutely shut his eyes, even as a conscientious scientist should. After that the food of the gods sounded blatant to the pitch of indecency. He was surprised he had used the expression. Yet for all that something of that clear-eyed moment hung about him, and broke out ever and again. "Really, you know," he said, rubbing his hands together and laughing nervously, "it has more than a theoretical interest. For example," he confided, bringing his face close to the professor's and dropping to an undertone, "it would perhaps, if suitably handled, sell—" "Precisely," he said, walking away, "as a food, or at least a food ingredient. Assuming, of course, that it is palatable, a thing we cannot know till we have prepared it." He turned upon the hearth-rug, and studied the carefully designed slits upon his cloth shoes. "Name," he said, looking up in response to an inquiry. "For my part, I incline to the good old classical allusion. It makes science give it a touch of old-fashioned dignity. I've been thinking. I don't know if you will think it absurd of me. A little fancy is surely occasionally permissible. Herakleophorbia, eh? The nutrition of a possible Hercules? You know it might— Of course, if you think not—" Redwood reflected with his eyes on the fire and made no objection. "You think it would do?" Redwood moved his head gravely. "It might be titanophobia, you know, food of Titans. You prefer the former? You're quite sure you don't think it a little too— No? Ah, I'm glad." And so they called it Herakleophorbia throughout their investigations, and in their report, the report that was never published because of the unexpected developments that upset all their arrangements, it is invariably written in that way. There were 3 kindred substances prepared before they hit on the one their speculations had foretold, and these they spoke of as Herakleophorbia I, Herakleophorbia II, and Herakleophorbia III. It is Herakleophorbia IV which I, insisting upon Bensington's original name, call here the food of the gods. 3. The idea was Mr. Bensington's, but as it was suggested to him by one of Professor Redwood's contributions to the Philosophical Transactions, he very properly consulted the gentleman before he carried it further. Besides which, it was, as a research, a physiological, quite as much as a chemical inquiry. Professor Redwood was one of those scientific men who are addicted to tracings and curves. You are familiar, if you are at all the sort of reader I like, with the sort of scientific paper I mean. It is a paper you cannot make head nor tail of, and at the end come 5 or 6 long folded diagrams that open out and show peculiar zigzag tracings, flashings of lightning overdone, or sinuous inexplicable things called smooth curves set up on ordinates and rooting in abscissae, and things like that. You puzzle over the thing for a long time and end with a suspicion that not only do you not understand it, but that the author does not understand it either. But really you know many of these scientific people understand the meaning of their own papers quite well. It is simply a defect of expression that raises the obstacle between us. I am inclined to think that Redwood thought in tracings and curves, and after his monumental work upon reaction times, the unscientific reader is exhorted to stick to it for a little bit longer, and everything will be clear as daylight. Redwood began to turn out smooth curves and sphygmographeries upon growth, and it was one of his papers upon growth that really gave Mr. Benson his idea. Redwood, you know, had been measuring growing things of all sorts, kittens, puppies, sunflowers, mushrooms, bean plants, and until his wife put a stop to it, his baby, and he showed the growth went out not at a regular pace, or, as he put it, so, but with bursts and intermission of this sort, and that apparently nothing grew regularly and steadily, and so far as he could make out, nothing could grow regularly and steadily. It was as if every living thing had just to accumulate force to grow with their vigor only for a time, and then had to wait for a space before it could go on growing again. And in the muffled and highly technical language of the really careful scientist, Redwood suggested that the process of growth probably demanded the presence of a considerable quantity of some necessary substance in the blood that was only formed very slowly, and that when this substance was used by growth, it was only very slowly replaced, and that meanwhile the organism had to mark time. He compared his unknown substance to oil and machinery. A growing animal was rather like an engine, he suggested, that can move a certain distance and must then be oiled before it can run again. "But why shouldn't one oil the engine from without?" said Mr. Benson, when he read the paper. And all this, said Redwood, with the delightful nervous inconsecutiveness of his class, might very probably be found to throw light upon the mystery of certain of the ductless glands, as though they had anything to do with it at all. In a subsequent communication, Redwood went further. He gave a perfect Brock's benefited diagrams, exactly like rocket trajectories they were, and the gist of it, so far as it had any gist, was that the blood of puppies and kittens, and the sap of sunflowers, and the juice of mushrooms, in what he called the growing phase, differed in the proportion of certain elements from their blood and sap on the days when they were not particularly growing. And when Mr. Benson, after holding the diagram sideways and upside down, began to see what this difference was, a great amazement came upon him, because, you see, the difference might probably be due to the presence of just the very substance he had recently been trying to isolate in his researches upon such alkaloids as are most stimulating to the nervous system. He put down Redwood's paper on the patent reading desk that swung inconveniently from his armchair, took off his gold-rimmed spectacles, breathed on them, and wiped them very carefully. "By Jove!" said Mr. Benson. Then replacing his spectacles again, he turned to the patent reading desk, which immediately, as his elbow came against its arm, gave a coquettish squeak and deposited the paper, with all its diagrams in a dispersed and crumpled state, on the floor. "By Jove!" said Benson, straining his stomach over the armchair with a patient disregard of the habits of this convenience, and then, finding the pamphlet still out of reach, he went down on all fours in pursuit. It was on the floor that the idea of calling it the food of the gods came to him. For, you see, if he was right and Redwood was right, then by injecting or administering this new substance of his in food, he would do away with the resting phase, and instead of growth going on in this fashion, it would, if you follow me, go thus. 4. The night after his conversation with Redwood, Mr. Benson could scarcely sleep a wink. He did seem once to get into a sort of doze, but it was only for a moment, and then he dreamt he had dug a deep hole into the earth and poured in tons and tons of the food of the gods, and the earth was swelling and swelling, and all the boundaries of the countries were bursting, and the Royal Geographical Society was all at work like one great guild of tailors letting out the equator. That, of course, was a ridiculous idea, but it shows the state of mental excitement into which Mr. Benson got, and the real value he attached to his idea, much better than any of the things he said or did when he was awake and on his guard. Or I should not have mentioned it, because as a general rule I do not think it is all interesting for people to tell each other about their dreams. By a singular coincidence, Redwood also had a dream that night, and his dream was this. It was a diagram done in fire upon a long scroll of the abyss, and he, Redwood, was standing on a planet before a sort of black platform lecturing about the new sort of growth that was now possible, to the more than royal institution of primordial forces which had always previously, even in the growth of races, empires, planetary systems and worlds, gone so, and even in some cases so. and he was explaining to them quite lucidly and convincingly that these slow, these even retrogressive methods could be very speedily quite put out of fashion by his discovery. Ridiculous, of course, but that too shows that either dream is to be regarded as in any way significant or prophetic beyond what I have categorically said, I do not for one moment suggest. End of Book 1, Chapter 1 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. Recording by Alex E. Telander, Davis, California. www.alexetelander.com. Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex E. Telander, Davis, California. The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth by H.G. Wells. Book 1, Chapter 2 The Experimental Farm. 1. Mr. Bensington proposed originally to try this stuff, so soon as he was really able to prepare it, upon tadpoles. One always does try this sort of thing upon tadpoles to begin with, this being what tadpoles are for. And it was agreed that he should conduct the experiments on not Redwood, because Redwood's laboratory was occupied with the ballistic apparatus and animals necessary for an investigation into the diurnal variation in the budding frequency of the young bull calf, an investigation that was yielding curves of an abnormal and very perplexing sort. Now the presence of glass globules of tadpoles was extremely undesirable while this particular research was in progress. But when Mr. Bensington conveyed to his cousin Jane something of what he had in mind, she put a prompt veto upon the importation of any considerable number of tadpoles, or any such experimental creatures, into their flat. She had no objection whatever to his use of one of the rooms of the flat for the purposes of a non-explosive chemistry that, so far as she was concerned, came to nothing. She let him have a gas furnace, and a sink, and a dust-tight cupboard of refuge from the weekly storm of cleaning she would not forego. And having known people addicted to drink, she regarded his solicitude for distinction in learned societies as an excellent substitute for the coarser form of depravity. But any sort of living things in quantity, wriggling as they were, bound to be alive and smelly dead, she could not and would not abide. She said these things were certain to be unhealthy, and Bensington was notoriously a delicate man. It was nonsense to say he wasn't. And when Bensington tried to make the enormous importance of this possible discovery clear, she said that it was all very well, but if she consented to his making everything nasty and wholesome in the place, and that was what it all came to, then she was certain he would be the first to complain. And Mr. Bensington went up and down the room, regardless of his corns, and spoke to her quite firmly and angrily, without the slightest effect. He said that nothing ought to stand in the way of the advancement of science, and she said the advancement of science was one thing, and having a lot of tadpoles in a flat was another. He said that in Germany it was an ascertained fact that a man with an idea like his would at once have 20,000 properly fitted cubic feet of laboratory placed at his disposal, and she said she was glad, and always had been glad, that she was not a German. He said that it would make him famous forever, and she said it was much more likely to make him ill to have a lot of tadpoles in a flat like theirs. He said he was master in his own house, and she said that rather than wait on a lot of tadpoles, she'd go as a matron to a school, and then he asked her to be reasonable, and she asked him to be reasonable then, and give up all this about tadpoles. And she said she might respect his ideas, and she said not if they were smelly she wouldn't, and then he gave way completely and said, in spite of the classical remarks of Huxley upon the subject, a bad word. Not a very bad word it was, but bad enough. And after that she was greatly offended, and had to be apologized to, and the prospect of ever trying the food of the gods upon tadpoles in their flat, at any rate, vanished completely in the apology. So Bensington had to consider some other way of carrying out these experiments in feeding that would be necessary to demonstrate his discovery, so soon as he had his substance isolated and prepared. For some days he meditated upon the possibility of boarding out his tadpoles with some trustworthy person, and then the chance sight of the phrase in a newspaper turned his thoughts to an experimental farm, and chicks. Directly he thought of it as a poultry farm. He was suddenly taken with a vision of wildly growing chicks. He conceived a picture of coops and runs, outsized and still more outsized coops, and runs progressively larger. Chicks are so accessible, so easily fed and observed, so much drier to handle and measure, that for his purpose tadpoles seemed to him now, in comparison with them, quite wild and uncontrollable beasts. He was quite puzzled to understand why he had not thought of chicks instead of tadpoles from the beginning. Among other things, it would have saved all this trouble with his cousin Jane. And when he suggested this to Redwood, Redwood quite agreed with him. Redwood said in working so much upon needlessly small animals, he was convinced experimental physiologists made a great mistake. It is exactly like making experiments in chemistry with an insufficient quantity of material. Errors of observation and manipulation become disproportionately large. It was of extreme importance just at present that scientific men should assert their right to have their material big. That was why he was doing his present series of experiments at the Bond Street College upon bull calves. In spite of a certain amount of inconvenience to the students and professors of other subjects caused by their incidental levity in the corridors. But the curves he was getting were quite exceptionally interesting, and would, when published, amply justify his choice. For his own part, were it not for the inadequate endowment of science in this country, he would never, if he could avoid it, work on anything smaller than a whale. But a public vivarium on a sufficient scale to render this possible was, he feared, at present, in this country at any rate, a Utopian demand. In Germany, etc. As Redwood's bull calves needed his daily attention, the selection and equipment of the experimental farm fell largely on Bensington. The entire cost also was, it was understood, to be defrayed by Bensington, at least until a grant could be obtained. Accordingly, he alternated his work in the laboratory of his flat with farm hunting up and down the lines that run southward out of London, and his peering spectacles, his simple baldness, and his lacerated cloth shoes filled the owners of numerous undesirable properties with vain hopes. And he had advertised in several daily newspapers and Nature for a responsible couple, married, punctual, active, and used to poultry, to take entire charge of an experimental farm of 3 acres. He found the place he seemed in need of at Hickley-brow, near Ershot, in Kent. It was a little queer isolated place, in a dell surrounded by old pine woods that were black and forbidding at night. A humped shoulder of down cut it off from the sunset, and a gaunt well with a shattered penthouse dwarfed the dwelling. The little house was creeperless, several windows were broken, and the cart shed had a black shadow at midday. It was a mile and a half from the end house of the village, and its loneliness was very doubtfully relieved by an ambiguous family of echoes. The place impressed Bensington as being eminently adapted to the requirements of scientific research. He walked over the premises, sketching out coops and runs with a sweeping arm, and he found the kitchen capable of accommodating a series of incubators and foster mothers with a very minimum of alteration. He took the place there and then. On his way back to London he stopped at Dunton Green, and closed with an eligible couple that had answered his advertisements, and that same evening he succeeded in isolating a sufficient quantity of Herakleophorbia I to more than justify these engagements. The eligible couple who were destined under Mr. Bensington to be the first almoners on earth of the food of the gods were not very perceptibly aged, but also extremely dirty. This latter point Mr. Bensington did not observe, because nothing destroys the powers of general observation quite so much as a life of experimental science. They were named Skinner, Mr. and Mrs. Skinner, and Mr. Bensington interviewed them in a small room with hermetically sealed windows, a spotted overmantel looking-glass, and some ailing calceolarias. Mrs. Skinner was a very little old woman, capless, with dirty white hair drawn back very, very tightly from a face that had begun by being chiefly and was now, through the loss of teeth and chin, and the wrinkling up of everything else, ending by being almost exclusively nose. She was dressed in slate color, so far as her dress had any color, slashed in one place with red flannel. She let him in and talked to him guardedly and peered at him round and over her nose, while Mr. Skinner, she alleged, made some alteration in his toilet. She had one tooth that got into her articulations, and she held her 2 long wrinkled hands nervously together. She told Mr. Bensington that she had managed fowls for years, and knew all about incubators. In fact, they themselves had run a poultry farm at one time, and it had only failed at last through the want of pupils. "It's the pupils as pay," said Mrs. Skinner. Mr. Skinner, when he appeared, was a large-faced man with a lisp and a squint that made him look over the top of your head, slashed slippers that appealed to Mr. Bensington's sympathies, and a manifold shortness of buttons. He held his coat and shirt together with one hand, and traced patterns on the black and gold tablecloth with the index finger of the other, while his disengaged eye watched Mr. Bensington's sword of Damocles, so to speak, with an expression of sad detachment. "You don't want to run this farm for profit?" "No, thir. It's all the same, thir. Experiments precisely." He said they could go to the farm at once. He was doing nothing at Dunton Green except a little tailoring. "It isn't the smart place. I thought it was, and what I get I think thoroughly worth having," he said, "though if it is any convenience to you for us to come." And in a week Mr. and Mrs. Skinner were installed in the farm, and the jobbing carpenter from Hickley Brow was diversifying the task of erecting runs and hen houses with a systematic discussion of Mr. Bensington. "I haven't seen much of him yet," said Mr. Skinner, "but as far as I can make him out he seems to be a stupid old fool." "I thought he seemed a bit dotty," said the carpenter from Hickley Brow. "He fancies himself about poultry," said Mr. Skinner. "Oh, my goodness! You'd think nobody knew nothing about poultry 'cept him." "He looks like an 'en," said the carpenter from Hickley Brow. "What with them spectacles of his." Mr. Skinner came closer to the carpenter from Hickley Brow, and spoke in a confidential manner, and one sad eye regarded the distant village, and one was bright and wicked. "Got to be measured every blessed day, every blessed 'un, he says. Though as thee spoke properly, what oh, eh? Every blessed 'un, every blessed day." And Mr. Skinner put up his hand to laugh behind it in a refined and contagious manner, and humped his shoulders very much, and only the other eye of him failed to participate in his laughter. Then, doubting if the carpenter had quite got the point of it, he repeated in a penetrating whisper, "Measured." "He's worse than our old governor, I'm dratted if he ain't," said the carpenter from Hickley Brow. 2. Experimental work is the most tedious thing in the world, unless it be the reports of it in the Philosophical Transactions, and it seemed a long time to Mr. Bensington before his dream of enormous possibilities was replaced by a crumb of realization. He had taken the experimental farm in October, and it was May before the first inklings of success began. Herakleophorbia I and II and III had to be tried and failed. There was trouble with the rats at the experimental farm, and there was trouble with the Skinners. The only way to get Skinner to do anything he was told to do was to dismiss him. Then he would nib his unshaven chin, he was always unshaven, most miraculously, and yet never bearded, with a flattened hand, and look at Mr. Bensington with one eye, and over him with the other, and say, "Ooh, of course, sir, if you're serious." But at last success dawned, and its herald was a letter in the long, slender handwriting of Mr. Skinner. "The new brood are out," wrote Mr. Skinner, "and don't quite like the look of them. Growing very rank. Quite unlike what the similar lot was before your last directions was given. The last, before the cat got them, was very nice, stocky chick, but these are growing like thistles. I never saw. They pick so hard, striking above boot top, that I'm unable to give exact measures as requested. They are regular giants, and eating as such. We shall want more corn very soon, for you never saw such chicks eat. Bigger than bantams. Going on at this rate they ought to be a bird for show, rank as they are. Plymouth Rocks won't be in it. Had a scare last night, thinking that cat was at them, and when I looked out at the window, could have sworn I see her getting in under the wire. The chicks was all awake and picking about hungry when I went out, but could not see anything of the cat, so gave them a peck of corn and fastened up safe. Shall be glad to note the feeding to be continued as directed. Food you mix is pretty near all gone, and do not like to mix any more myself on account of the accident with the pudding. With best wishes from us both, and soliciting continuance of esteemed favours, respectfully yours, Alfred Newton Skinner. The allusion towards the end referred to a milk pudding with which some Herakleophorbia II had got itself mixed with painful and very nearly fatal results to the Skinners. But Mr. Bensington, reading the lines, saw in this rankness of growth the attainment of his long-sought goal. The next morning he alighted at Eartshot station, and in the bag in his hand he carried, sealed in 3 tins, a supply of the food of the gods sufficient for all the chicks in Kent. It was a bright and beautiful morning late in May, and his corns were so much better that he resolved to walk through Hickley Brow to his farm. It was 3 miles and a half altogether, through the park and villages, and then along the green glades of the Hickley Brow preserves. The trees were all dusted with the green spangles of high spring, the hedges were full of stitchwort and campion, and the woods of blue hyacinths and purple orchid, and everywhere there was a great noise of birds, thrushes, blackbirds, ravens, finches, and many more, and in one warm corner of the park some bracken was unrolling, and there was a leaping and rushing of fallow deer. These things brought back to Mr. Bensington his early and forgotten delight in life. Before him the promise of his discovery grew bright and joyful, and it seemed to him that indeed he must have come upon the happiest day in his life. And when in the sunlit run by the sandy bank, under the shadow of the pine trees, he saw the chicks that had eaten the food he had mixed for them, gigantic and gawky, bigger already than many a hen that is married and settles and still growing, still in their first soft yellow plumage, just faintly marked with brown along the back, he knew indeed that his happiest day had come. At Mr. Skinner's urgency he went into the runs, but after he had been pecked through the cracks in his shoes once or twice he got out again, and watched these monsters through the wire netting. He peered close to the netting, and followed their movements as though he had never seen a chick before in his life. "What they'll be when they're grown up, it's impossible to think," said Mr. Skinner. "Big as a horse," said Mr. Bensington. "Pretty near," said Mr. Skinner. "Several people could dine off a wing," said Mr. Bensington. "They cut up into joints like butcher's meat." "They won't go on growing at this pace, though," said Mr. Skinner. "No?" said Mr. Bensington. "No," said Mr. Skinner. "I know this sort. They begin rank, but they don't go on, bless you, no." There was a pause. "It's management," said Mr. Skinner, modestly. Mr. Bensington turned his glasses on him suddenly. "We got 'em almost as big as the other place," said Mr. Skinner, with his better eye piously uplifted and letting himself go a little. "Me and the missus." Mr. Bensington made his usual general inspection of the premises, but he speedily returned to the new run. It was, you know, in truth, ever so much more than he had dared to expect. The course of science is so tortuous and so slow, after the clear promises and before the practical realization arrives, there comes almost always, year after year, of intricate contrivance, and here was the food of the gods arriving after less than a year of testing. It seemed too good, too good! That hope deferred which is the daily food of the scientific imagination was to be his no more. So at least it seemed to him then. He came back and stared at these stupendous chicks of his, time after time. "Let me see," he said. "They're 10 days old, and by the side of an ordinary chick I should fancy about 6 or 7 times as big." "It's about time we asked for a rice and screw," said Mr. Skinner to his wife. "He's as pleased as punts about the way we got those chickens on in the further run. Pleased as punts he is." He bent confidentially towards her. "Think it's that old food of his," he said behind his hands, and made a noise of suppressed laughter in his pharyngeal cavity. Mr. Bensington was indeed a happy man that day. He was in no mood to find fault with details of management. The bright day certainly brought out the accumulating slovenliness of the Skinner couple more vividly than he had ever seen it before. But his comments were of the gentlest. The fencing of many of the runs was out of order, but he seemed to consider it quite satisfactory when Mr. Skinner explained that it was a fox or a dog or something did it. He pointed out that the incubator had not been cleaned. "That it hasn't, sir," said Mrs. Skinner, with her arms folded, smiling coyly behind her nose. "We don't seem to have had the time to clean it, not since we've been here." He went upstairs to see some rat holes that Mrs. Skinner said would justify a trap. They certainly were enormous, and discovered that the room in which the food of the gods was mixed with meal and bran was in quite a disgraceful order. The Skinners were the sort of people who find a use for cracked saucers, and old cans, and pickle jars, and mustard boxes, and the place was littered with these. In one corner a great pile of apples that Skinner had saved was decaying, and from a nail in the sloping part of the ceiling hung several rabbit skins, upon which he proposed to test his gift as a furrier. "There isn't much about furs and things that I don't know," said Skinner. Mr. Bensington certainly sniffed critically at this disorder, but he made no unnecessary fuss, and even when he found a wasp regaling itself in a gallipot half full of Herakleophorbia IV, he simply remarked mildly that his substance was better sealed from the damp than exposed to the air in that manner. And he turned from these things at once to remark, what had been for some time in his mind: "I think, Skinner, you know, I shall kill one of these chicks, as a specimen. I think we will kill it this afternoon. I will take it back to London." He pretended to peer into another gallipot, and then took off his spectacles to wipe them. "I should like," he said, "I should like very much to have some relic, some memento, of this particular brood of this particular day. By the by," he said, "you don't give those little chicks meat." "Oh, no, sir," said Skinner. "I can assure you, sir, we know far too much about the management of fowls, of all their descriptions, to do anything of that sort." "Quite sure you don't throw your dinner refuse? I thought I noticed the bones of a rabbit scattered about the far corner of the run." But when they came to look at them they found that they were the larger bones of a cat picked very clean and dry. 3. "That's no chick," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane. "Well, I should think I knew a chick when I saw it," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane, hotly. "It's too big for a chick, for one thing, and besides, you can see perfectly well it isn't a chick. It's more like a bustard than a chick." "For my part," said Woodward, reluctantly allowing Bensington to drag him into the argument, "I must confess that, considering all the evidence—" "Oh, if you do that," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane, "instead of using your eyes like a sensible person—" "Well, but really, Mrs. Bennington—" "Oh, go on," said cousin Jane. "You men are all alike. Considering all the evidence, this certainly falls within the definition. No doubt it's abnormal and hypertrophied, but still, especially since it was hatched from the egg of a normal hen, yes, I think, Miss Bennington, I must admit, this, so far as one can call anything, is sort of a chick." "You mean it's a chick?" said cousin Jane. "I think it's a chick," said Woodward. "What nonsense!" said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane, and "Oh!" directed at Redwood's head, "I haven't patience with you!" and then suddenly she turned about and went out of the room with a slam. "And it's a very great relief to me to see it too, Bensington," said Redwood, when the reverberation of the slam had died away, "in spite of it being so big." Without any urgency for Mr. Bensington, he sat down in the low arm-chair by the fire, and confessed to proceedings that even in an unscientific man would have been indiscreet. "You will think it very rash of me, Bensington, I know," he said, "but the fact is I put a little—not very much of it, but some—into baby's bottle very nearly a week ago." "But suppose—" cried Mr. Bensington. "I know," said Redwood, and glanced at the giant chick upon the plate on the table. "It turned out all right, thank goodness," and he felt in his pocket for his cigarettes. He gave fragmentary details. "Poor little chap wasn't putting on weight. Desperately anxious. Winkles, a frightful duffer. Former pupil of mine. No good. Mrs. Redwood, a mitigated confidence in Winkles. You know, man with a manner like a cliff towering. No confidence in me, of course. Taught Winkles. Scarcely allowed in the nursery. Something had to be done. Slipped in while the nurse was at breakfast. Got at the bottle." "But he'll grow," said Mr. Bennington. "He's growing. 27 ounces last week. You should hear Winkles. It's management, he said." "Dear me! That's what Skinner says." Redwood looked at the chick again. "The bother is to keep it up," he said. "They won't trust me in the nursery alone, because I tried to get a growth curve out of Georgina Phyllis, you know, and how am I to give him a second dose? Need you? He's been crying 2 days. Can't get on with his ordinary food again, anyhow. He wants some more now. Tell Winkles." "Hang Winkles," said Redwood. "You might get at Winkles and give him powders to give the child." "That's about what I shall have to do," said Redwood, resting his chin on his fist and staring into the fire. Bensington stood for a space smoothing the down on the breast of the giant chick. "They will be monstrous fowls," he said. "They will," said Redwood, still with his eyes on the glow. "Big as horses," said Bensington. "Bigger," said Redwood. "That's just it." Bensington turned away from the specimen. "Redwood," he said, "these fowls are going to create a sensation." Redwood nodded his head at the fire. "And by Jove," said Bensington, coming round suddenly with a flash in his spectacles, "so will your little boy." "That's just what I'm thinking of," said Redwood. He sat back, sighed, threw his unconsumed cigarette into the fire, and thrust his hands deep into his trousers pockets. "That's precisely what I'm thinking of. The Herakleophorbia is going to be a queer stuff to handle. The pace that chick must have grown at." "A little boy growing at that pace," said Mr. Bensington slowly, and stared at the chick as he spoke. "I say," said Bensington, "he'll be big." "I shall give him diminishing doses," said Redwood. "Only at any rate Winkles will." "It's rather too much of an experiment." "Much. Yet still, you know, I must confess, some baby will sooner or later have to try it." "All will try it on some baby, certainly." "Exactly so," said Bennington, and came and stood on the hearth-rug, and took off his spectacles to wipe them. "Until I saw these chicks, Redwood, I didn't think I began to realize anything of the possibilities of what we're making. It's only beginning to dawn upon me, the possible consequences. And even then, you know, Mr. Bennington was far from any conception of the mind that little train would fire." 4. That happened early in June. For some weeks Bensington was kept from visiting the experimental farm by a severe imaginary catarrh, and one necessary flying visit was made by Redwood. He returned an even more anxious-looking parent than he had gone. Altogether there were 7 weeks of steady, uninterrupted growth, and then the wasps began their career. It was late in July, and nearly a week before the hens escaped from Hickley Rout, that the first of the big wasps was killed. The report of it appeared in several papers, but I do not know whether the news reached Mr. Bensington, much less whether he connected it with the general laxity of method that prevailed in the experimental farm. There can be but little doubt now that while Mr. Skinner was plying Mr. Bensington's chicks with Herakleophorbia IV, a number of wasps were just as industriously, perhaps more industriously, carrying quantities at the same pace to their early summer broods in the sandbanks beyond the adjacent pine woods, and there can be no dispute whatever that these early broods found just as much growth and benefit in the substance as Mr. Bensington's hens. It is in the nature of the wasp to attain to effective maturity before the domestic fowl, and in fact of all the creatures that were, through the generous carelessness of the Skinners, partaking of the benefits Mr. Bensington heaped upon his hens, the wasps were first to make any sort of figure in the world. It was a keeper named Godfrey, on the estate of Lieutenant Colonel Rupert Hick, near Maidstone, who encountered and had the luck to kill the first of these monsters of whom history has any record. He was walking knee-high in bracken across an open space in the beech-woods that diversify Lieutenant Colonel Hick's park, and he was carrying his gun, very fortunately for him a double-barreled gun, over his shoulder when he first caught sight of the thing. It was, he says, coming down against the light, so that he could not see it very distinctly, and as it came it made a drone like a motor car. He admits he was frightened. It was evidently as big or bigger than a barn owl, and to his practised eye its flight and particularly the misty whirl of its wings must have seemed weirdly unbirdlike. The instinct of self-defence, I fancy, mingled with long habit, when, as he says, he "let fly right away." The queerness of the experience probably affected his aim; at any rate, most of his shot missed, and the thing merely dropped for a moment with an angry whizz that revealed the wasp at once, and then rose again, with all its stripes shining against the light. He says it turned on him; at any rate, he fired his second barrel at less than 20 yards, and threw down his gun, ran a pace or so, and ducked to avoid it. It flew, he is convinced, within a yard of him, struck the ground, rose again, came down again perhaps 30 yards away, and rolled over with its body wriggling and its sting stabbing out and back in its last agony. He emptied both barrels into it again before he ventured to go near. When he came to measure the thing, he found it was 27½ inches across its open wings, and its sting was 3 inches long. The abdomen was blown clean off from its body, but he estimated the length of the creature from head to sting as 18 inches, which is very nearly correct. Its compound eyes were the size of penny pieces. This is the first authenticated appearance of these giant wasps. The day after, a cyclist riding, feet up, down the hill between Sevenoaks and Tunbridge, very narrowly missed running over a second of these giants that was crawling across the roadway. His passage seemed to alarm it, and it rose with a noise like a sawmill. His bicycle jumped the footpath in the emotion of the moment, and when he could look back, the wasp was soaring above the woods towards Westerham. After riding unsteadily for a little time, he put on his brake, dismounted. He was trembling so violently that he fell over his machine in doing so, and sat down by the roadside to recover. He had intended to ride to Ashford, but he did not get beyond Tunbridge that day. After that, curiously enough, there is no record of any big wasps being seen for 3 days. I find on consulting the meteorological record of those days that they were overcast and chilly, with local showers, which may perhaps account for this intermission. Then on the fourth day came blue sky and brilliant sunshine, and such an outburst of wasps as the world had surely never seen before. How many big wasps came out that day it is impossible to guess. There are at least 50 accounts of their apparition. There was one victim, a grocer, who discovered one of these monsters in a sugar cask, and very rashly attacked it with a spade as it rose. He struck it to the ground for a moment, and it stung him through the boot as he struck it again, and cut its body in half. He was first dead of the two. The most dramatic of the 50 appearances was certainly that of the wasp that visited the British Museum about midday, dropping out of the blue serene upon one of the innumerable pigeons that feed in the courtyard of that building, and flying up to the cornice to devour its victim at leisure. After that it crawled for a time over the museum roof, entered the dome of the reading room by a skylight, buzzed down inside it for some little time. There was a stampede among the readers, and at last found another window and vanished again with a sudden silence from human observation. Most of the other reports were of mere passings, or descents. A picnic party was dispersed at Aldington Knoll, and all its sweets and jam consumed, and a puppy was killed and torn to pieces near Whitstable, under the very eyes of its mistress. The streets that evening resounded with the cry. The newspaper placards gave themselves up exclusively, in the biggest of letters, to the "gigantic wasps in Kent." Agitated editors and assistant editors ran up and down tortuous staircases, bawling things about wasps; and Professor Redwood, emerging from his college in Bond Street at 5, flushed from a heated discussion with his committee about the price of bull calves, bought an evening paper, opened it, changed colour, forgot about bull calves and committee forthwith, and took a hansom headlong for Bensington's flat. 5. The flat was occupied, it seemed to him, to the exclusion of all other sensible objects, by Mr. Skinner and his voice, if indeed you can call either him or it a sensible object. The voice was very high, slopping about among the notes of anguish. "It's impossible for us to stop, sir. We've stopped on hoping things would get better, and they only got worse. Sir, it isn't only the wasps. There's bigger earwigs. There's big as there." He indicated all his hand and about 3 inches of fat, dirty wrist. "They pretty near gave Mrs. Skinner fits, sir, and the thing is, nests by the run, sir. They're growing, sir, and the canary creeper, sir, what we sowed near the sink, sir, it put its tendril through the window in the night, sir, and very nearly caught Mrs. Skinner by the legs, sir. It's that food of yours, sir. Whatever we've flatted it about, sir, a bit, it'll set everything growing ranker, sir, than I ever thought anything could grow. It's impossible to stop a month, sir. It's more than our lives are worth, sir. Even if wasps don't sting us, we shall be suffocated by the creeper, sir. You can't imagine, sir, unless you come down to see, sir." He turned his superior eye to the cornice above Redwood's head. "How do we know the rats haven't got it, sir? that what I think of must, sir. I haven't seen any big rats, sir, but how do I know, sir? We have been threatened for days because of the earwigs we've seen, like lobsters they was, two of 'em, sir, and the frightful way the canary creeper was growing, and directly I heard him, sir, I understood. I didn't wait for nothing except to throw on a button and floors, and then I came on up. And now, sir, I'm off wild with anxiety, sir. How do I know what happened to Mrs. Skinner, sir? There's a creeper growing all over the place, like a snake, sir. Thwelp me, but you have to watch it, sir, and jump out of this way, and the earwig getting bigger and bigger, and the wasps, she ain't got even a blue bag, sir, if anything would happen, sir. But the hens, said Mr. Bennington, how are the hens? We fed 'em up to yesterday, thwelp me, said Mr. Skinner, but this morning we didn't dare, sir. The noise of the wasps was something awful, sir. They was coming out duns, and then, and I says, you throw up me on a button, and I'm too, and I says, for I go to London like this, I says, and I'll go up to Mr. Bensington, I says, and I said plain and think to him, and you stop in this room till I come back to you, I says, and keep the windows shut just as tight as ever you can, I says. If you hadn't been so confoundedly untidy, began Redwood. Oh, don't say that, sir, said Skinner. Not now, sir. Not with me so sir, about Mrs. Sinker, sir. Oh, don't, sir. I haven't the odds to argue with you. Threlp me, sir. I haven't. It's the race I keep thinking of. How do I know they haven't got at Mrs. Skinner while I've been up here? And you haven't got a solitary measurement of all these beautiful growth curves, said Redwood. I've been too upset, sir, said Mr. Skinner. If you knew what we've been through, me and the missus, all this last month, we haven't known what to make of it, sir. What with the hens getting the rank, and the earwigs, and the canary creeper. I don't know if I told you, sir, the canary creeper. You've told us all that, said Redwood. The thing is, Bensington, what are we to do? What are we to do? Said Mr. Skinner. You'll have to go back to Mrs. Skinner, said Redwood. You can't leave her there alone all night. Not alone, sir, I don't. Not if there was a dozen, Mrs. Skinner. It's Mr. Bensington. Nonsense, said Redwood. The wasps will be all right at night, and the earwigs will get out of your way. But about the rats? There aren't any rats, said Redwood. 6. Mr. Skinner might have foregone his chief anxiety. Mrs. Skinner did not stop out her day. About 11 the canary creeper, which had been quietly active all the morning, began to clamber over the window and darken it very greatly, and the darker it got the more and more clearly Mrs. Skinner perceived that her position would speedily become untenable, and also that she had lived many ages since Skinner went. She peered out of the darkling window and through the lit stirring tendrils for some time, and then went very cautiously and opened the bedroom door and listened. Everything seemed quiet, and so, tucking her skirts high about her, Mrs. Skinner made a bolt for the bedroom, and having first looked under the bed and locked herself in, proceeded with the methodical rapidity of an experienced woman to pack for departure. The bed had not been made, and the room was littered with pieces of the creeper that Skinner had hacked off in order to close the window overnight. But these disorders she did not heed. She packed in a decent sheet. She packed all her own wardrobe and a velveteen jacket that Skinner wore in his finer moments, and she packed a jar of pickles that had not been opened, and so far she was justified in her packing. But she also packed 2 of the hermetically closed tins containing Herakleophorbia IV that Mr. Bensington had brought on his last visit. She was honest, good woman, but she was a grandmother, and her heart had burned within her to see such good growth lavished on a lot of dratted chicks. And having packed all these things, she put on her bonnet, took off her apron, tied a new bootlace round her umbrella, and after listening for a long time at door and window, opened the door and sallied out into a perilous world. The umbrella was under her arm, and she clutched the bundle with 2 gnarled and resolute hands. It was her best Sunday bonnet, and the 2 poppies that reared their heads amidst its splendours of band and bead seemed instinct with the same tremulous courage that possessed her. The features about the roots of her nose wrinkled with determination. She had had enough of it all alone there. Skinner might come back there if he liked. She went out by the front door, going that way not because she wanted to go to Hickley-Brow, her goal was Cheesing Eyebright, when her married daughter resided, but because the back door was impassable on account of the canary creeper that had been growing so furiously ever since she upset the can of food near its roots. She listened for a space and closed the front door very carefully behind her. At the corner of the house she paused and reconnoitred. An extensively sandy scar upon the hillside beyond the pine woods marked the nest of the giant wasps, and this she studied very earnestly. The coming and going of the morning was over. Not a wasp chanced to be in sight then, and except for a sound scarcely more perceptible than a steam wood saw at work amidst the pines would have been, everything was still. As for earwigs, she could see not one. Down among the cabbage, indeed, something was stirring, but it might just as probably be a cat stalking birds. She watched this for a time. She went a few paces past the corner, came in sight of the run containing the giant chicks, and stopped again. "Ah!" she said, and shook her head slowly at the sight of them. They were at that time about the height of emus, but of course much thicker in the body, a larger thing altogether. They were all hens, and 5 all told, now that the 2 cockerels had killed each other. She hesitated at their drooping attitudes. "Poor dears!" she said, and put down her bundle. "They've got no water, and they've had no food these 24 hours, and such appetites too as they have." She put a lean finger to her lips, and communed with herself. Then this dirty old woman did what seems to me a quite heroic deed of mercy. She left her bundle and umbrella in the middle of the brick path, and went to the well, and drew no fewer than 3 pailfuls of water for the chickens' empty trough, and then, while they were all crowding about that, she undid the door of the run very slowly, after which she became extremely active, resumed her package, got over the hedge at the bottom of the garden, crossed the rank meadows, in order to avoid the wasps' nest, and toiled up the winding path towards Cheesing Eyebright. She panted up the hill, and as she went she paused ever and again to rest her bundle and get her breath and stare back at the little cottage beside the pine wood below. And when at last, when she was near the crest of the hill, she saw afar off 3 several wasps dropping heavily westward, it helped her greatly on her way. She soon got out of the open and in the high-banked lane beyond, which seemed a safer place to her, and so up by Hickley Brow Combe to the downs. There at the foot of the downs, where a big tree gave an air of shelter, she rested for a space on a stile, then on again very resolutely. You figure her, I hope, with her white bundle, a sort of erect black ant, hurrying along the little white path thread athwart the downland slopes under the hot sun of the summer afternoon. On she struggled, after her resolute indefatigable nose, and the poppies in her bonnet quivered perpetually, and her spring-side boots grew whiter and whiter with the downland dust. Flip flap went her footfalls through the still heat of the day, and persistently, incurably, her umbrella sought to slip from under the elbow that retained it. The mouth wrinkle under her nose was pursed to an extreme resolution, and ever and again she told her umbrella to come up or gave her tightly clutched bundle a vindictive jerk, and at times her lips mumbled with fragments of some foreseen argument between herself and Skinner. And far away, miles and miles away, a steeple on a hanger grew insensibly out of the vague blue to mark more and more distinctly the quiet corner where Cheesing Eyebright, sheltered from the tumult of the world, recking little or nothing of the Herakleophorbia concealed in that white bundle that struggled so persistently towards its orderly retirement. 7. So far as I can gather, the pullets came in to Hickley Brow about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Their coming must have been a brisk affair, though nobody was out in the street to see it. The violent bellowing of the little Skelmersdale seems to have been the first announcement of anything out of the way. Miss Durgan of the post office was at the window as usual, and saw the hen that had caught the unhappy child, in violent flight up the street with its victim, closely pursued by 2 others. You know that swinging stride of the emancipated athletic latter-day pullet. You know the keen insistence of the hungry hen. There was Plymouth Rock in these birds, I am told, and even without Herakleophorbia that is a gaunt and striding strain. Probably Miss Durgan was altogether taken by surprise. In spite of Mr. Bensington's insistence upon secrecy, rumours of the great chicken Mr. Skinner was producing had been about the village for some weeks. "Lor!" she cried, "it's what I expected." She seems to have behaved with great presence of mind. She snatched up the sealed bag of letters that was waiting to go on to Ershot, and rushed out of the door at once. Almost simultaneously Mr. Skelmersdale himself appeared down the village, gripping a watering-pot by the spout, and very white in the face. And of course in a moment or so every one in the village was rushing to the door or the window. The spectacle of Miss Durgan all across the road with the entire day's correspondence of Hickley Brow in her hand gave pause to the pullet in possession of Master Skelmersdale. She halted through one instant's indecision, and then turned to the open gates of Folker's yard. That instant was fatal. The second pullet ran in neatly, got possession of the child by a well-directed peck, and went over the wall into the vicarage garden. "Chalk, chalk, 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 chalk!" cried the hindmost hen, hit smartly by the watering-can Mr. Skelmersdale had thrown, and fluttered wildly over Mrs. Glue's cottage, and so into the doctor's field, while the rest of those gargantuan birds pursued the pullet in possession of the child across the vicarage lawn. "Good heavens!" cried the curate, or, as some say, something much more manly, and ran, whirling his croquet mallet, and shouting, to head off the chase. "Stop, you wretch!" cried the curate, as though giant hens were the commonest facts in life. and then, finding he could not possibly intercept her, he hurled his mallet with all his might and main, and out it shot in a gracious curve within a foot or so of Master Skelmersdale's head, and through the glass lantern the conservatory. Smash! The new conservatory, the vicar's wife's beautiful new conservatory. It frightened the hen; it might have frightened any one. She dropped her victim into a Portugal laurel, from which he was presently extracted, disordered, but, save for his less delicate garments, uninjured; made a flapping leap for the roof of Folker's stables, put her foot through a weak place in the tiles, and descended, so to speak, out of the infinite into the contemplative quiet of Mr. Bumps the paralytic, who, it is now proved beyond all cavil, did, on this one occasion in his life, get down the entire length of his garden, and indoors, without any assistance whatever, bolt the door after him, and immediately relapse again into Christian resignation and helpless dependence upon his wife. The rest of the pullets were headed off by the other croquet players, and went through the vicar's kitchen garden into the doctor's field, to which rendezvous the fifth also came at last, clucking disconsolately after an unsuccessful attempt to walk on the cucumber frames in Mr. Witherspoon's place. They seemed to have stood about in a hen-like manner for a time, and scratched a little and chirruped meditatively, and then one picked and pecked over a hive of the doctor's bees, and after that they set off in a gawky, jerky, feathery, fitful sort of way across the fields towards Earshot and Hickley-Brow Street. Saw them no more. Near Earshot they really came upon commensurate food in a field of Swedes, and pecked for a space with gusto until their fame overtook them. The chief immediate reaction of this astonishing irruption of gigantic poultry upon the human mind was to arouse an extraordinary passion to whoop and run and throw things, and in quite a little time almost all the available manhood of Hickley Brows and several ladies were out with a remarkable assortment of flappish and wangable articles in hand, to commence the scooting of the giant hens. They drove them into Earshot, where there was a rural fete, and Earshot took them as the crowning glory of a happy day. They began to be shot at near Findham beaches, but at first only with a rook rifle. Of course, birds of that size could absorb an unlimited quantity of small shot without inconvenience. They scattered somewhere near Sevenoaks, and near Tunbridge one of them fled clucking for a time in excessive agitation, somewhat ahead of and parallel with the afternoon boat express, to the great astonishment of every one therein. At about 5:30, two of them were caught very cleverly by a circus proprietor at Tunbridge Wells, who lured them into a cage, rendered vacant through the death of a widowed dromedary, by scattering cakes and bread. 8. When the unfortunate Skinner got out of the south-eastern train at Earshot that evening, it was already nearly dusk. The train was late, but not inordinately late, and Mr. Skinner remarked as much to the station-master. Perhaps he saw a certain pregnancy in the station-master's eye. After the briefest hesitation, and with a confidential movement of his hand to the side of his mouth, he asked if anything had happened that day. "How d'ye mean?" said the station-master, a man with a hard, emphatic voice. "The wespith and things." "We haven't had much time to think of waspith," said the station-master agreeably. "We've been too busy with your brasted ends," and he spoke the news of the pullets to Mr. Skinner, as one might break the window of an adverse politician. "You ain't heard of anything of Mrs. Skinner?" said Skinner, amidst the missile shower of pithy information and comment. "No fear," said the station-master, as though even he drew the line somewhere in the matter of knowledge. "I must make inquiries about this," said Skinner, edging out of the reach of the station-master's concluding generalizations about the responsibility attaching to the excessive nurture of hens. Going through Earshot, Mr. Skinner was hailed by a lime-burner from the pits over by Hankey, and asked if he was looking for his hens. "You ain't heard anything of Mrs. Skinner?" he asked. The lime-burner, his exact phrases need not concern us, expressed his superior interest in hens. It was already dark, as dark at least as a clear night in the English June can be, when Skinner, or his head at any rate, came into the bar of the Jolly Drovers, and said, "Hello, you haven't heard anything of this story about my hens, have you?" "Oh, haven't we?" said Mr. Folker. "Why, part of the story's been and bust into my stable roof, and one chapter smashed a old in Mrs. Vickers' green house. I beg your pardon, conservatory." Skinner came in. "I'd like something a little comforting," he said. "Hot din and water about my finger." And everybody began to tell him things about the pullets. "Gracious me!" said Skinner. "You haven't heard anything about Mrs. Skinner, have you?" he asked in a pause. "That we haven't," said Mr. Witherspoon. "We haven't thought of her." "We ain't thought nothing of either of you." "Ain't you been home to-day?" said Folker over a tankard. "If one of those brasted birds have pecked her," began Mr. Witherspoon, and left the full horror of their unaided imaginations. It appeared to the meeting at the time that it would be an interesting end to an eventful day to go on with Skinner and see if anything had happened to Mrs. Skinner. One never knows what luck one may have when accidents are at large. But Skinner, standing at the bar and drinking his hot gin and water, with one eye roving over the things at the back of the bar, and the other fixed on the Absolute, missed the psychological moment. "I suppose there 'aven't been any trouble with any of the big waspits to-day, anywhere?" he asked, with an elaborate detachment of manner. "Been too busy with your hens," said Forker. "I suppose they've all gone in now, anyhow," said Skinner. "What, the hens?" "I was thinking of the waspits more particularly," said Skinner. And then, with an air of circumspection that would have awakened suspicion in a week-old baby, and laying the accent heavily on most of the words he chose, he asked, "I suppose nobody hasn't heard of any other big things about, have they? Big dogs, or cats, or anything of that sort? Seems to me there's big hens and big waspits coming on." He laughed with a fine pretence of talking idly, but a brooding expression came upon the faces of the Hickley brow men. Folker was the first to give their condensing thought the concrete shape of words. "A cat to match them hens?" said Folker. "Aye," said Witherspoon, "a cat to match they hens." "'Twould be a tiger," said Folker. "More'n a tiger," said Witherspoon. When at last Skinner followed the lonely footpath over the swelling field that separated Hickley Brow from the sombre pine-shaded hollow in whose black shadows the gigantic canary creeper grappled silently with the experimental farm, he followed it alone. He was distinctly seen to rise against the skyline, against the warm clear immensity of the northern sky, for so far public interest followed him, and to descend again into the night, into an obscurity from which it would seem he will never more emerge. He passed into a mystery. No one knows to this day what happened to him after he crossed the brow. When later on the two Folkers and Witherspoon, moved by their own imaginations, came up the hill and stared after him, the flight had swallowed him altogether. The three men stood close. There was not a sound out of the wooded blackness that hid the farm from their eyes. "It's all right," said young Folker, ending a silence. "Don't see any lights," said Witherspoon. "You wouldn't from here." "It's misty," said the elder Folker. They meditated for a space. "He'd have come back if anything was wrong," said young Folker, and this seemed so obvious and conclusive that presently old Folker said, "Well," and the three went home to bed, thoughtfully, I will admit. A shepherd out by Huxter's farm heard a squealing in the night that he thought was foxes, and in the morning one of his lambs had been killed, dragged halfway towards Hickley Brow, and partially devoured. The inexplicable part of it all is the absence of any disputable remains of Skinner. Many weeks after, amidst the charred ruins of the experimental farm, there was found something which may or may not have been a human shoulder blade, and in another part of the ruins a long bone greatly gnawed and equally doubtful. Near the stile going up towards Eyebright there was found a glass eye, and many people discovered thereupon that Skinner owed much of his personal charm to such a possession. It stared out upon the world with that same inevitable effect of detachment, that same severe melancholy that had been the redemption of his else worldly countenance. And about the ruins industrious research discovered the metal rings and charred coverings of 2 linen buttons, 3 shanked buttons entire, and one of that metallic sort which is used in the less conspicuous sutures of the human economy. These remains had been accepted by persons in authority as conclusive of a destroyed and scattered Skinner, but for my own entire conviction, and in view of his distinctive idiosyncrasy, I must confess I should prefer fewer buttons and more bones. The glass eye, of course, has an air of extreme conviction, but if it really is Skinner's, and even Mrs. Skinner did not certainly know if that immobile eye of his was glass, something has changed it from a liquid brown to a serene and confident blue. That shoulder blade is an extremely doubtful document, and I would like to put it side by side with the gnawed scapulae of a few of the commoner domestic animals before I admitted its humanity. And where were Skinner's boots, for example? Perverted and strange as a rat's appetite might be, is it conceivable that the same creatures that could leave a lamb only half eaten would finish up Skinner, hair, bones, teeth, and boots? I have closely questioned as many as I could of those who knew Skinner at all intimately, and they one and all agree that they could not imagine anything eating him. He was the sort of man, as a retired seafaring person living in one of Mr. W. Jacobs' cottages at Dunton Green told me, with a guarded significance of manner not uncommon in those parts, who would "get washed up anyhow," and as regards the devouring element was "fit to put a fire out." He considered that Skinner would be as safe on a raft as anywhere. The retired seafaring man added that he wished to say nothing whatever against Skinner. Facts were facts, and rather than have his clothes made by Skinner, the retired seafaring man remarked he would take his chance of being locked up. These observations certainly do not present Skinner in the light of an appetizing object. To be perfectly frank with the reader, I do not believe he ever went back to the experimental farm. I believe he hovered through long hesitations about the fields of the Hickley brow glebe, and finally, when that squealing began, took the line of least resistance out of his perplexities into the incognito. And in the incognito, whether of this or some other world unknown to us, he obstinately and quite indisputably has remained to this day. End of Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. Recording by Alex E. Telander, Davis, California. www.alexetelander.com. Book 1, Chapter 3 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex E. Telander, Davis, California. The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth by H.G. Wells. Book 1, Chapter 3. The Giant Rats. 1. It was 2 nights after the disappearance of Mr. Skinner that the Podbourne doctor was out late near Hankey, driving in his buggy. He had been up all night assisting another undistinguished citizen into his curious world of ours, and his task accomplished, he was driving homeward in a drowsy mood enough. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the waning moon was rising. The summer night had gone cold, and there was a low-lying whitish mist that made things indistinct. He was quite alone, for his coachman was ill in bed, and there was nothing to be seen on either hand but a drifting mystery of hedge running athwart the yellow glare of his lamps, and nothing to hear but the clitter-clatter of his horses and the gride and hedge echo of his wheels. His horse was as untrustworthy as himself, and one does not wonder that he dozed. You know that intermittent drowsing as one sits, the drooping of the head, the nodding to the rhythm of the wheels, then chin upon the breast, and at once the sudden start up again. Pitter, litter, patter. What was that? It seemed to the doctor he had heard a thin, shrill squeal close at hand. For a moment he was quite awake. He said a word or two of undeserved rebuke to his horse, and looked about him. He tried to persuade himself that he had heard the distant squeal of a fox, or perhaps a young rabbit gripped by a ferret. Swish, 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 pitter, patter, swish. What was that? He felt he was getting fanciful. He shook his shoulders and told his horse to get on. He listened and heard nothing. Or was it nothing? He had the queerest impression that something had just peeped over the hedge at him, a queer big head, with round ears. He peered hard, but he could see nothing. "Nonsense," said he. He sat up with an idea that he had dropped into a nightmare, gave his horse the slightest touch of the whip, spoke to it, and peered again over the hedge. The glare of his lamp, however, together with the mist, rendered things indistinct, and he could distinguish nothing. It came into his head, he says, that there could be nothing there, because if there was, his horse would have shied at it, yet for all that his senses remained nervously awake. Then he heard quite distinctly a soft pattering of feet in pursuit along the road. He would not believe his ears about that. He could not look round, for the road had a sinuous curve just there. He whipped up his horse and glanced sideways again, and then he saw quite distinctly, where a ray from his lamp leapt a low stretch of the hedge, the curved back of some big animal, he couldn't tell what, going along in quick convulsive leaps. He says he thought of the old tales of witchcraft. The thing was so utterly unlike any animal he knew, and he tightened his hold on the reins for fear of his horse. Educated man as he was, he admits he asked himself if this could be something that his horse could not see. Ahead, and drawing near in silhouette against the rising moon, was the outline of the little hamlet of Hankey, comforting, though it showed never a light, and he cracked his whip and spoke again, and then in a flash the rats were at him. He had passed the gate, and as he did so, the foremost rat came leaping over into the road. The thing sprang upon him out of vagueness into the utmost clearness, the sharp, eager, round-eared face, the long body, exaggerated by its movement, and what particularly struck him, the pink webbed forefeet of the beast. What must have made it more horrible to him at the time was that he had no idea the thing was any created beast he knew. He did not recognize it as a rat, because of the size. His horse gave a bound as the thing dropped into the road beside it. The little lane woke into tumult at the report of the whip and the doctor's shout. The whole thing suddenly went fast. Rattle-clatter, clash-clatter. The doctor, one gathers, stood up, shouted to his horse, and slashed with all his strength. The rat winced, and swerved most reassuringly at his blow. In the glare of his lamp he could see the fur furrow under the lash, and he slashed again and again, heedless and unaware of the second pursuer that gained upon him off his side. He let the reins go, and glanced back to discover the third rat in pursuit behind. His horse bounded forward. The buggy leapt high at a rut. For a frantic minute, perhaps, everything seemed to be going in leaps and bounds. It was sheer good luck the horse came down in Hankey, and not either before or after the houses had been passed. No one knows how the horse came down, whether it stumbled, or whether the rat on the off side really got home with one of those slashing down strokes of the teeth, given with the full weight of the body, and the doctor never discovered that he himself was bitten until he was inside the brickmaster's house. Much less did he discover when the bite occurred, though bitten he was, and badly, a long slash like the slash of a double tomahawk that had cut two parallel ribbons of flesh from his left shoulder. He was standing up in his buggy at one moment, and in the next he had leapt to the ground with his ankle, though he did not know it, badly sprained, and he was cutting furiously at the third rat that was flying directly at him. He scarcely remembers the leap he must have made over the top of the wheel as the buggy came over, so obliteratingly hot and swift did his impressions rush upon him. I think myself the horse reared up with the rat biting again at its throat, and fell sideways, and carried the whole affair over, and that the doctor sprang, as it were, instinctively. As the buggy came down, the receiver of the lamp smashed, and suddenly poured a flare of blazing oil, a thud of white flame, into the struggle. That was the first thing the brickmaster saw. He had heard the clatter of the doctor's approach, and, though the doctor's memory has nothing of this wild shouting, he had got out of bed hastily, and as he did so came the terrific smash, and up shot the glare outside the rising blind. It was brighter that day, he says. He stood, blind cord in hand, and stared out the window at a nightmare transformation of the familiar road before him. The black figure of the doctor with its whirling whip danced out against the flame. The horse kicked indistinctly, half hidden by the blaze, with the rat at his throat in obscurity against the churchyard wall. The eyes of a second monster shone wickedly. Another, a mere dreadful blackness with red-lit eyes and flesh-coloured hands, clutched unsteadily on the wall, coping to which it had leapt as the flash of the exploding lamp. You know the keen face of a rat, those two sharp teeth, those pitiless eyes, seen magnified to near 6 times its linear dimensions, and still more magnified by darkness and amazement, and the leaping fancies of a fitful blaze. It must have been an ill sight for the brickmaster, still more than half asleep. Then the doctor had grasped the opportunity, that momentary respite the flare afforded, and was out of the brickmaster's sight below, battering the door with the butt of his whip. The brickmaster would not let him in until he got a light. There are those who have blamed the man for that, but until I know my own courage better, I hesitate to join their number. The doctor yelled and hammered. The brickmaster says he was weeping with terror when at last the door was opened. "Bolt," said the doctor, "bolt." He could not say bolt the door. He tried to help, and was of no service. The brickmaster fastened the door, and the doctor had to sit on the chair beside the clock for a space before he could go downstairs. "I don't know what they are," he repeated several times. "I don't know what they are," with a high note on the R. The brickmaster would have got him a whisky, but the doctor would not be left alone with nothing but a flickering light just then. It was long before the brickmaster could get him to go upstairs, and when the fire was out the giant rats came back, took the dead horse, dragged it across the churchyard into the brickfield, and ate it until it was dawn, none even then daring to disturb them. 2. Redwood went round to Bensington about 11 the next morning with the second editions of 3 evening papers in his hand. Bensington looked up from a despondent meditation over the forgotten pages of the most distracting novel the Brompton Road librarian had been able to find him. "Anything fresh?" he asked. 2 men stung near Chartham. "They ought to let us smoke out that nest. They really did. It's their own fault." "It's their own fault, certainly," said Redwood. "Have you heard anything about buying the farm?" "The house agent," said Redwood, "is a thing with a big mouth and made of dense wood. It pretends someone else is after the house. It always does, you know, and you won't understand there's a hurry." "This is a matter of life and death," I said. "Don't you understand?" It dropped its eyes half shut, and said, "Then why don't you go to the other £200? I'd rather live in a world of solid wasps than give in to stonewalling stupidity of that offensive creature. I—" He paused, feeling that a sentence like that might very easily be spoiled by its context. "It's too much to hope," said Bensington, "that one of the wasps—" "The wasp has no more idea of public utility than a house agent," said Redwood. He talked for a little while about house agents and solicitors, and people of that sort, in the unjust, unreasonable way that so many people do, somehow, get to talk of these business calculi. Of all the cranky things in this cranky world, it is the most cranky to my mind of all, that while we expect honour, courage, efficiency from a doctor or a soldier as a matter of course, A solicitor or a house agent is not only permitted but expected to display nothing but a sort of greedy, greasy, obstructive, overreaching imbecility, etc. And then, greatly relieved, he went to the window and stared out at the Sloane Street traffic. Bensington had put the most exciting novel conceivable on the little table that carried his electric standard. He joined the fingers of his opposed hands very carefully and regarded them. "Redwood," he said, "do they say much about us?" "Not so much as I should expect." "They don't denounce us at all?" "Not a bit. But, on the other hand, they don't back up what I point out must be done. I've written to the Times, you know, explaining the whole thing." "We take the Daily Chronicle," said Bensington, "and the Times has a long leader on the subject, a very high-class, well-written leader, with 3 pieces of Times Latin. Status quo is one, and it reads like the voice of somebody impersonal of the greatest importance, suffering from influenza headache, and talking through sheets and sheets of felt, without getting any relief from it whatever. Reading between the lines, you know, it's pretty clear that the Times considers that it is useless to mince matters, and that something, indefinite of course, has to be done at once. Otherwise still more undesirable consequences. Times English, you know, for more wasps than stings. Thoroughly statesmanlike article. And meanwhile this bigness is spreading in all sorts of ugly ways." "Precisely. I wonder if Skinner was right about those big rats." "Oh no, that would be too much," said Redwood. He came and stood by Bensington's chair. "By the by," he said, with a slightly lowered voice, "how does she—" He indicated the closed door. "Cousin Jane? She simply knows nothing about it, doesn't connect us with it, and won't read the articles. Gigantic wasp, she says. I haven't patience to read the papers." "That's very fortunate," said Redwood. "I suppose, Mrs. Redwood—" "No," said Redwood. "Just at present it happens, she's terribly worried about the child. You know, he keeps on—" "Growing?" "Yes, put on 41 ounces in 10 days, where he's nearly 4 stone, and only 6 months old. Naturally rather alarming." "Healthy?" "Vigorous. His nerve is leaving because he kicks so forcibly. And everything, of course, shockingly outgrown. Everything, you know, has had to be made fresh, clothes and everything. Perambulator, light affair, broke one wheel, and the youngster had to be brought home on the milkman's hand truck. Yes, quite a crowd. And we put Georgina Phyllis back into his cot and put him into the bed of Georgina Phyllis. His mother, naturally alarmed. Proud at first and inclined to praise Winkles. Not now. Feels the thing can't be wholesome, you know. I imagined you were going to put him on diminishing doses. I tried it. Didn't work?" "How's?" "In the ordinary way the cry of a child is loud and distressing. It is for the good of the species that this should be so. But since he has been on the Herakleophorbia treatment—" said Bensington, regarding his fingers with more resignation than he had hitherto displayed. "Practically the thing must come out. People will hear of this child, connect it up with our hens and things, and the whole thing will come round to my wife. How she will take it I haven't the remotest idea. It is difficult," said Mr. Bensington, "to form any plan, certainly." He removed his glasses and wiped them clean. "It is another instance," he generalized, "of the thing that is continually happening. We, if indeed I may presume on the adjective, scientific men, we work, of course, always for a theoretical result, a purely theoretical result, but, incidentally, we do set forces in operation, new forces. We mustn't control them, and nobody else can. Practically, Redwood, the thing is out of our hands. We supply the material, and they," said Redwood, turning to the window, "get the experience. So far as this trouble down in Kent goes, I am not disposed to worry further. Unless they worry us? Exactly. And if they like to muddle about with solicitors and pettifoggers and legal obstructions and weighty considerations of the tomfool order, until they have got a number of new gigantic species of vermin well established, things always have been in a muddle, Redwood." Redwood traced a twisted, tangled line in the air. "And our real interest lies at present with your boy." Redwood turned about and came and stared at his collaborator. "What do you think of him, Bensington? You can look at this business with a greater detachment than I can. What am I to do about him?" "Go on feeding him." "On Herakleophorbia?" "On Herakleophorbia. And then he'll grow. He'll grow, as far as I can calculate from the hens and the wasps, to the height of about 35 feet, with everything in proportion. And then what'll he do?" "That," said Mr. Bennington, "is just what makes the whole thing so interesting." "Confound it, man! Think of his clothes!" "And when he's grown up," said Redwood, "he'll only be one solitary Gulliver in a pygmy world." Mr. Bensington's eye over his gold rim was pregnant. "Why solitary?" he said, and repeated still more darkly, "Why solitary? But you don't propose—" "I said," said Mr. Bensington, with the self-complacency of a man who has produced a good significant saying, "why solitary? Meaning that one might bring up other children? Meaning nothing beyond my inquiry." Robert began to walk about the room. "Of course," he said, "one might—but still—what are we coming to?" Benson evidently enjoyed his line of high intellectual detachment. "The thing that interests me most, Redwood, of all this, is to think that his brain at the top of him will also, so far as my reasoning goes, be 35 feet or so above our level. What's the matter?" Redwood stood at the window and stared at a news placard on a paper cart that rattled up the street. "What's the matter?" repeated Benson, rising. Redwood exclaimed violently. "What is it?" said Benson. "Get a paper," said Redwood, moving doorward. "Why? Get a paper. Something I didn't quite catch. Gigantic rats." "Rats?" "Yes, rats. Skinner was right after all." "What do you mean? How the deuce am I to know till I see a paper? Great rats! Good Lord, I wonder if he's eaten." He glanced for his hat and decided to go hatless. As he rushed downstairs, 2 steps at a time, he could hear along the street the mighty howlings to and fro of the hooligan paper sellers making a boom. "'Orrible affair in Ghent! 'Orrible affair in Ghent! Doctor, eaten by rats! 'Orrible affair! 'Orrible affair! Rats! Eaten by stropendish rats! Full particulars! 'Orrible affair!" 3. Cossar, the well-known civil engineer, found them in the great doorway of the flat mansions, Redwood holding out the damp ink-pink paper, and Bensington on tiptoe reading over his arm. Cossar was a large-bodied man with gaunt, inelegant limbs casually placed at convenient corners of his body, and a face like a carving abandoned at an early stage as altogether too unpromising for completion. His nose had been left square, and his lower jaw projected beyond his upper. He breathed audibly. Few people considered him handsome. His hair was entirely tangential, and his voice, which he used sparingly, was pitched high, and had commonly a quality of bitter protest. He wore a grey cloth jacket suit and a silk hat on all occasions. He plumbed an abysmal trouser pocket with a vast red hand, paid his cabman, and came panting resolutely up the steps, a copy of the pink paper clutched about the middle, like Jove's thunderbolt in his hands. "Skinner?" Benson was saying, regardless of his approach. "Nothing about him," said Redwood. "Bound to be eaten. Both of them. It's too horrible. Hello, Cossar." "This your stuff?" asked Cossar, waving the paper. "Well, why don't you stop it?" he demanded. "Can't be jiggered," said Cossar. "Buy the place!" he cried. "What nonsense! Burn it! I knew you chaps would fumble this. What are you to do? Why, what I tell you. Do! Why, go up the street to the gunsmith's, of course. Why, for guns, yes. There's only one stop. Get 8 guns, rifles. Not elephant guns, no, too big. Not army rifles, too small. Say it's to kill a bull. Say it's to shoot buffalo. See, eh? Rats, no. How the deuce are they to understand that? Because we want 8. Get a lot of ammunition. Don't get guns without ammunition. No, take the lot in a cab to, where's the place? Ershut? Charing Cross? Then there's a train. Well, the first train that starts after 2. Think you can do that? All right. License? Get 8 at the post office, of course. Gun licenses, you know, not game. Why, it's rats, man. You, Bensington, got a telephone? Yes. I'll ring up 5 of my chaps from Ealing. Why 5? Because it's the right number. Where are you going, Redwood? Get a hat. Nonsense. Have mine. You want guns, man, not hats. Got money? Enough. All right. So long. Where's the telephone, Bensington? Bensington wheeled about obediently and led the way. Cossar used and replaced the instrument. Then there's the wasps, he said. Sulphur and nitral'll do, obviously. Plaster of Paris. You're a chemist. Where can I get sulphur by the ton in portable sacks? What for? Why, Lord bless my heart and soul, to smoke out the nest, of course. I suppose it must be sulphur, eh? You're a chemist. Sulphur best, eh? Yes, I should think sulphur. Nothing better. Right, that's your job. That's all right. Get as much sulphur as you can. Saltpeter to make it burn. Scent? Charing Cross. Right away. See they do it. Follow it up. Anything? He thought a moment. Plaster of Paris. Any sort of plaster. Bung up nest. Holes, you know. That I'd better get. How much? How much what? Sulphur. Tons, see? Bensington tightened his glasses with a hand tremulous with determination. Right, he said, very curtly. Money in your pocket? asked Cossar. Hand checks. They may not know you. Pay cash, obviously. Where's your bank? All right. Stop on the way and get £40. Notes and gold. Another meditation. If we leave this job for public officials, we shall have all Kent in tatters, said Cossar. Now is there anything... No! Hi! He stretched a vast hand towards a cab that became convulsively eager to serve him. Cab, sir? said the cabman. Obviously, said Cossar, and Bensington, still hatless, paddled down the steps and prepared to mount. I think, he said, with his hand on the cab apron and a sudden glance up at the windows of his flat, I ought to tell my cousin Jane. More time to tell when you come back, said Cossar, thrusting him in with a vast hand that expanded over his back. Clever chaps, remarked Cossar, but no initiative whatever. Cousin Jane, indeed. I know her. Rot these cousin Janes. County infested with them. I suppose I shall have to spend the whole blessed night seeing that they do what they know perfectly well they ought to do all along. I wonder if it's research makes them like that, or cousin Jane, or what? He dismissed this obscure problem. meditated for a space upon his watch, and decided there would be just time to drop into a restaurant and get some lunch before he hunted up the plaster of Paris and took it to Charing Cross. The train started at 5 minutes past 3, and he arrived at Charing Cross at a quarter to 3, to find Bensinton in heated argument between two policemen and his van driver outside, and Redwood in the luggage office involved in some technical obscurity about his ammunition. Everybody was pretending not to know anything or to have any authority, in the way dear to south-eastern officials when they catch you in a hurry. "Pity they can't shoot all these officials and get a new lot," remarked Coster, with a sigh. But the time was too limited for anything fundamental, and so he swept through these minor controversies, disinterred what may or may not have been the station master from some obscure hiding place, walked about the premises holding him and giving orders in his name, and was out of the station with everybody and everything aboard before that official was fully awake to the breaches in the most sacred routines and regulations that were being committed. "Who was he?" said the high official, caressing the arm Coster had gripped, and smiling with knit brows. "He was a gentleman, sir," said a porter. "Anyhow, even all his party travelled first class." "Well, we got him and his stuff off pretty sharp, whoever he was," said the high official, rubbing his arm with something approaching satisfaction. And as he walked slowly back, blinking in the unaccustomed daylight, towards that dignified retirement in which the higher officials at Charing Cross shelter from the importunity of the vulgar, he smiled still at his unaccustomed energy. It was a very gratifying revelation of his own possibilities, in spite of the stiffness of his arm. He wished some of those confounded armchair critics of railway management could have seen it. 4. By 5 o'clock that evening this amazing causer, with no appearance of hurry at all, had got all the stuff for his fight, with insurgent bigness, out of earshot and on the road to Hickley Brow. 2 barrels of paraffin and a little of dry brushwood he had bought in earshot, plentiful sacks of sulphur, 8 big game guns and ammunition, 3 light breech-loaders with small shot ammunition for the wasps, a hatchet, 2 bill-hooks, a pick and 3 spades, 2 coils of rope, some bottled beer, soda and whiskey, 1 gross of packets of rat poison, and cold provisions for 3 days, had come down from London. All these things he had set on in a coal trolley and a hay wagon in the most business-like way, except the guns and ammunition, which were stuck under the seat of the Red Lion wagonette appointed to bring on Redwood, and the 5 picked men who had come up from Ealing at Coster's summons. Coster conducted all these transactions with an invincible air of commonplace, in spite of the fact that Earshot was in a panic about the rats, and all the drivers had to be specially paid. All the shops were shut in the place, and scarcely a soul abroad in the street, and when he banged at the door a window was apt to open. He seemed to consider that the conduct of business from open windows was an entirely legitimate and obvious method. Finally he and Bensinton got the Red Lion dog-cart and set off with the wagonette to overtake the baggage. They did this a little beyond the cross-roads, and so reached Hickley Brow first. Bensinton, with a gun between his knees, sitting beside Coster in the dog-cart, developed a long-germinated amazement. All they were doing was, no doubt, as Coster insisted, quite the obvious thing to do, only, in England one so rarely does the obvious thing. He glanced from his neighbour's feet to the boldly sketched hands upon the rein. Coster had apparently never driven before, and he was keeping the line of least resistance down the middle of the road by some no doubt quite obvious but certainly unusual light of his own. "Why don't we all do the obvious?" thought Bensinton. "How the world would travel if one did. I wonder, for instance, why I don't do such a lot of things I know would be all right to do, things I want to do. Is everybody like that, or is it peculiar to me?" He plunged into obscure speculation about the will. He thought of the complex organized futilities of the daily life, and in contrast with them the plain and manifest things to do, the sweet and splendid things to do, that some incredible influences will never permit us to do. Cousin Jane, he perceived, was important in the question, in some subtle and difficult way. Why should we after all eat, drink, and sleep, remain unmarried, go here, abstain from going there, all out of deference to Cousin Jane? She became symbolical without ceasing to be incomprehensible. A stile and a path across the fields caught his eye, and reminded him of that other bright day, so recent in time, so remote in its emotions, when he had walked from Earshot to the experimental farm to see the giant chicks. Fate plays with us. "Tchick, tchick," said Coster. "Get up!" It was a hot midday afternoon, not a breath of wind, and the dust was thick in the roads. Few people were about, but the deer beyond the park palings browsed in profound tranquillity. They saw a couple of big wasps dripping a gooseberry bush just outside Hickley Brow, and another was crawling up and down the front of the little grocer's shop in the village street trying to find an entry. The grocer was dimly visible within, with an ancient fowling-piece in hand, watching its endeavours. The driver of the wagonette pulled up outside the Jolly Drovers and informed Redwood that his part of the bargain was done, In this contention he was presently joined by the drivers of the wagon and the trolley. Not only did they maintain this, but they refused to let the horses be taken further. "Them big rats is nuts, on horses!" the trolley driver kept on repeating. Coster surveyed the controversy for a moment. "Get the things out of that wagonette," he said, and one of his men, a tall, fair, dirty engineer, obeyed. "Give me that shotgun," said Coster. He placed himself between the drivers. "We don't want you to drive," he said. "You can say what you like," he conceded, "but we want these horses." They began to argue, but he continued speaking. "If you try and assault us, I shall, in self-defense, let fly at your legs. The horses are going on." He treated the incident as closed. "Get up on that wagon, Flack," he said to a thick-set, wiry little man. "Boone, take the trolley." The two drivers blustered to Redwood. "You've done your duty to your employers," said Redwood. "You stop in this village until we come back. No one will blame you, seeing we've got guns. We've no wish to do anything unjust or violent, but this occasion is pressing. I'll pay if anything happens to the horses. Never fear." "That's all right," said Coster, who rarely promised. They left the wagonette behind, and the men who were not driving went afoot. Over each shoulder sloped a gun. It was the oddest little expedition for an English country road, more like a Yankee party, trekking west in the good old Indian days. They went up the road, until at the crest by the stile they came into sight of the experimental farm. They found a little group of men there with a gun or so. The two Folkers were among them, and one man, a stranger from Maidstone, stood out before the others and watched the place through an opera-glass. These men turned about and stared at Redwood's party. "Anything fresh?" said Coster. "The waspers keep it comin' and goin'," said old Folker. "Can't say as they bring anything." "The canary creeper's going in among the pine trees now," said the man with the lorgnette. "It wasn't there this morning. You can see it grow while you watch it." He took out a handkerchief and wiped his object glasses with careful deliberation. "I reckon you're going down there," ventured Skelmersdale. "Will you come?" said Coster. Skelmersdale seemed to hesitate. "It's an all-night job." Skelmersdale decided that he wouldn't. "Rats about?" asked Coster. "One was up in the pines this morning. Rabbiting, we reckon." Coster slouched on to overtake his party. Besington, regarding the experimental farm under his hand, was able to gauge now the vigor of the food. His first impression was that the house was smaller than he had thought, very much smaller. His second was to perceive that all the vegetation between the house and the pine wood had become extremely large. The roof over the well peeped amid tussocks of grass a good 8 feet high, and the canary creeper wrapped about the chimney-stack and gesticulated with stiff tendrils towards the heavens. Its flowers were vivid yellow splashes, distinctly visible as separate specks this mile away. A great green cable had writhed across the big wire enclosures of the giant hen's run, and flung twining leaf stems about two outstanding pines. Fully half as tall as these was the grove of nettles running round behind the cart-shed. The whole prospect, as they drew nearer, became more and more suggestive of a raid of pygmies upon a doll's house that had been left in a neglected corner of some great garden. There was a busy coming and going from the wasp nest they saw. A swarm of black shapes interlaced in the air above the rusty hill front beyond the pine cluster, and ever and again one of those would dart up into the sky with incredible swiftness, and soar off upon some distant quest. Their humming became audible at more than half a mile's distance from the experimental farm. Once a yellow-striped monster dropped towards them and hung for a space, watching them with its great compound eyes, but at an ineffectual shot from Cossar it darted off again. Down in a corner of the field, away to the right, several were crawling about over some ragged bones that were probably the remains of the lamb the rats had brought from Huxter's farm. The horses became very restless as they drew near these creatures. None of the party was an expert driver, and they had to put a man to lead each horse and encourage it with the voice. They could see nothing of the rats as they came up to the house, and everything seemed perfectly still except for the rising and falling whizz, whizz of the wasp's nest. They led the horses into the yard, and one of Cossar's men, seeing the door open, the whole of the middle portion of the door had been gnawed out, walked into the house. Nobody missed him for the time, the rest being occupied with the barrels of paraffin, and the first intimation they had of his separation from them was the report of his gun and the whizz of his bullet. Bang, bang, both barrels, and his first bullet, it seems, went through the cask of sulphur, smashed out a stave from the further side, and filled the air with yellow dust. Redwood had kept his gun in hand and let fly at something grey that leapt past him. He had a vision of the broad hindquarters, the long scaly tail and long soles of the hind feet of a rat, and fired his second barrel. He saw Benson drop as the beast vanished round the corner. Then for a time everybody was busy with the gun. For 3 minutes lives were cheap at the experimental farm, and the banging of guns filled the air. Redwood, careless of Benson in his excitement, rushed in pursuit, and was knocked headlong by a mass of brick fragments, mortar, plaster, and rotten lath splinters that came flying out at him as a bullet whacked through the wall. He found himself sitting on the ground with blood on his hands and lips, and a great stillness brooded over all about him. Then a flattish voice from within the house remarked, "Gee whiz!" "Hello," said Redwood. "Hello there," answered the voice, and then, "Did you chaps get him?" A sense of the duties of friendship returned to Redwood. "Is Mr. Besington hurt?" he said. The man inside heard him perfectly. "No one ain't to blame if I ain't," said the voice inside. It became clearer to Redwood that he must have shot Benington. He forgot the cuts upon his face, arose and came back to find Benington seated on the ground and rubbing his shoulder. Benington looked over his glasses. "We peppered him, Redwood," he said, and then, "he tried to jump over me and knock me down, but I let him have it with both barrels, and my, how it was hurt my shoulder to be sure." The man appeared in the doorway. "I got him once in the chest and once in the side," he said. "Where's the waggons?" asked Coster, appearing amidst a thicket of gigantic canary creeper leaves. It became evident to Redwood's amazement, first, that no one had been shot, and secondly, that the trolley and waggon had shifted 50 yards, and were now standing with interlocked wheels amidst the tangled distortions of Skinner's kitchen garden. The horses had stopped their plunging. Halfway towards them the burst barrel of sulphur lay in the path with a cloud of sulphur dust above it. He indicated this to Coster and walked towards it. "Has any one seen that rat?" shouted Coster, following. "I got him in between the ribs once, and once in the face as he turned on me." They were joined by two men as they worried at the locked wheels. "I killed that rat," said one of them. "Have they got him?" asked Coster. "Jim Baines has found him, beyond the hedge. I got him just as he came round the corner, whack behind the shoulder." When things were a little ship-shape again, Redwood went and stared at the huge misshapen corpse. The brute lay on its side, with its body slightly bent. Its rodent teeth overhanging its receding lower jaw gave its face a look of colossal feebleness, of weak avidity. It seemed not in the least ferocious or terrible. Its forepaws reminded him of lank emaciated hands. Except for one neat round hole with a scorched rim on either side of its neck, the creature was absolutely intact. He meditated over this fact for some time. "There must have been two rats," he said, at last, turning away. "Yes, and the one that everybody hit got away. I am certain that for my own shot a canary creeper leaf tendril, engaged in that mysterious search for a holdfast which constitutes a tendril's career, bent itself engagingly towards his neck, and made him step aside hastily. Whuzz from the distant wasp nest. Whuzz. 5. This incident left the party alert but not unstrung. They got their stores into the house, which had evidently been ransacked by the rats after the flight of Mrs. Skinner, and 4 of the men took the 2 horses back to Hickley-Brow. They dragged the dead rat through the hedge and into a position commanded by the windows of the house. It incidentally came upon a cluster of giant earwigs in the ditch. These creatures dispersed hastily, but Coster reached out incalculable limbs and managed to kill several with his boots and gum-butt. Then 2 of the men hacked through several of the main stems of the canary creeper. Huge cylinders they were, a couple of feet in diameter, that came out by the sink at the back, and while Coster set the house in order for the night, Benington, Redwood, and one of the assistant electricians went cautiously round by the fowl runs in search of the rat-holes. They skirted the giant nettles widely, for these huge weeds threatened them with poisoned thorns a good inch long. Then round beyond the gnawed, dismantled stile they came abruptly on the huge, cavernous throat of the most westerly of the giant rat-holes, an evil-smelling profundity that drew them up into a line together. "I hope they'll come out," said Redwood, with a glance at the penthouse of the well. "If they don't," reflected Benington. "They will," said Redwood. They meditated. "We shall have to rig up some sort of flare if we do go in," said Redwood. They went up a little path of white sand, through the pine-wood, and halted presently within sight of the wasp-holes. The sun was setting now, and the wasps were coming home for good. Their wings in the golden light made twirling halos about them. The 3 men peered out from under the trees. They did not care to go right to the edge of the wood, and watched these tremendous insects drop and crawl for a little and enter and disappear. "They will be still in a couple of hours from now," said Redwood. "This is like being a boy again." "We can't miss those holes," said Benington, "even if the night is dark. By the by, about the light—" "Full moon," said the electrician. "I looked it up." They went back and consulted with Coster. He said that obviously they must get the sulphur, nitre, and plaster Paris through the wood before twilight, and for that they broke bulk and carried the sacks. After the necessary shouting of the preliminary directions, never a word was spoken, and as the buzzing of the wasp nest died away there was scarcely a sound in the world but the noise of footsteps, the heavy breathing of burthened men, and the thud of the sacks. They all took turns at that labour, except Mr. Benington, who was manifestly unfit. He took post in the Skinner's bedroom with a rifle, to watch the carcass of the dead rat, and of the others, they took turns to rest from sack-carrying and to keep watch 2 at a time upon the rat-holes behind the nettle grove. The pollen sacs of the nettles were ripe, and every now and then the vigil would be enlivened by the dehiscence of these, the bursting of the sac sounding exactly like the crack of a pistol. and the pollen grains as big as buckshot pattered all about them. Mr. Benjamin sat at his window on a hard horse-hair stuffed armchair, covered by a grubby antimacassar that had given a touch of social distinction to the Skinners' sitting-room for many years. His unaccustomed rifle rested on the sill, and his spectacles anon watched the dark bulk of the dead rat in the thickening twilight, anon wandered about him in curious meditation. There was a faint smell of paraffin without, for one of the casks leaked, and it mingled with a less unpleasant odor arising from the hackened and crushed creeper. Within, when he turned his head, a blend of faint domestic scents, beers, cheese, rotten apples, and old boots as the leading motifs, was full of the reminiscences of the vanished Skinners. He regarded the dim room for a space. The furniture had been greatly disordered, perhaps by some inquisitive rat, but a coat upon the clothes-peg on the door, a razor and some dirty scraps of paper, and a piece of soap that had hardened through years of disuse into a horny cube, were redolent of Skinner's distinctive personality. It came to Bensington's mind with a complete novelty of realization that in all probability the man had been killed and eaten, at least in part, by the monster that now lay dead there in the darkling. To think of all that a harmless-looking discovery in chemistry may lead to! Here he was in homely England, and yet in infinite danger, setting out alone with a gun in a twilight-ruined house, remote from every comfort, his shoulder dreadfully bruised from a gun-kick, and, by Jove! He grasped now how profoundly the order of the universe had changed for him. He had come right away to this amazing experience, without even saying a word to his cousin Jane. What must she be thinking of him? He tried to imagine it, and he could not. He had an extraordinary feeling that she and he were parted forever, and would never meet again. He felt he had taken a step, and come into a world of new immensities. What other monsters might not those deepening shadows hide? The tips of the giant nettles came out sharp and black against the pale green and amber of the western sky. Everything was very still indeed. He wondered why he could not hear the others away there, round the corner of the house. The shadow in the cart-shed was now an abysmal black. Bang! 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 A sequence of echoes and a shout. A long silence. Bang! And a diminuendo of echoes. Stillness. Then, thank goodness, Redwood and Cossa were coming out of the inaudible darknesses, and Redwood was calling, "Bensington! Bensington, we've bagged another of the rats! Cossa's bagged another of the rats!" 6. When the expedition had finished refreshment, the night had fully come. The stars were at their brightest, and a growing pallor towards Hankey heralded the moon. The watch on the rat-holes had been maintained, but the watchers had shifted to the hill slope above the holes, feeling this a safer firing point. They squatted there in a rather abundant dew, fighting the damp with whiskey. The others rested in the house, and the three leaders discussed the night's work with the men. The moon rose towards midnight, and as soon as it was clear of the downs, every one except the rat-hole sentinels started off in single file, led by Cossa, towards the wasp's nest. So far as the wasp's nest went, they found their task exceptionally easy, astonishingly easy. Except that it was a longer labor, it was no graver affair than any common wasp's nest might have been. Danger there was no doubt danger to life, but it never so much as thrust its head out of that portentous hillside. They stuffed in the sulphur and nitre, they bunged the holes soundly, and fired their trains. Then, with a common impulse, all the party but Cossa turned and ran athwart the long shadow of the pines, and finding Cossa had stayed behind, came to a halt together in a knot, 100 yards away, convenient to a ditch that offered cover. Just for a minute or two the moonlit night, all black and white, was heavy with a suffocated buzz, that rose and mingled to a roar, a deep abundant note, and culminated and died, and then, almost incredibly, the night was still. "By Jove!" said Bensington, almost in a whisper, "it's done!" All stood silent. The hillside above the black point lace of the pine shadows seemed as bright as day, and as colourless as snow. The setting plaster in the holes positively shone. Cossa's loose framework moved towards them. "So far," said Cossa. Crack! Bang! A shot from near the house, and then stillness. "What's that?" said Bensington. "One of the rats put its head out," suggested one of the men. "By the by, we left our guns up there," said Woodward. "By the sacks!" Every one began to walk towards the hill again. "That must be the rats," said Bensington. "Obviously," said Cossa, gnawing his finger-nails. Bang! "Hullo!" said one of the men. Then abruptly came a shout, two shouts, a loud shout that was almost a scream, 3 shots in rapid succession, and a splintering of wood. All these sounds were very clear and very small in the immense stillness of the night. Then for some moments nothing but a minute muffled confusion from the direction of the rat-holes, and then again a wild yell. Each man found himself running hard for the guns. 2 shots. Bensington found himself, gun in hand, going hard through the pine trees after a number of receding backs. It is curious that the thought uppermost in his mind at that moment was the wish that his cousin Jane could see him. His bulbous slashed boots flew out in wild strides, and his face was distorted in a permanent grin, because that wrinkled his nose and kept his glasses in place. Also he held the muzzle of his gun projecting straight before him as he flew through the checkered moonlight. The man who had run away met them full tilt. He had dropped his gun. "Hullo!" said Coster, and caught him in his arms. "What's this?" "They came out together," said the man. "The rats?" "Yes, 6 of them." "Where's Flack?" "Down." "What's he say?" panicked Benson, coming up unheeded. "Flack's down?" "He fell down." "They came out one after the other?" "What?" "Made a rush. I fired both barrels first." "You left Flack?" "They were on to us." "Come on," said Coster. "You come with us. Where's Flack? Show us." The whole party moved forward. Further details of the engagement dropped from the men who had run away. The others clustered about him, except Coster, who led. "Where are they?" "Back in their holes, perhaps. I cleared. They made a rush for their holes." "What do you mean? Did you get behind them?" "We got round to by their holes, saw 'em come out, you know, and tried to cut 'em off. They lolloped out, like rabbits. We ran down and let fly. They ran about wild after our first shot and suddenly came at us. Went for us." "How many?" "6 or 7. Coster led the way to the edge of the pinewood and halted. "D'you mean they got Flack?" asked someone. One of them was on to him. "Didn't you shoot?" "Now, could I?" "Every one loaded," said Coster over his shoulder. There was a confirmatory movement. "But Flack," said one. "D'you mean Flack?" said another. "There's no time to lose," said Coster, and shouted "Flack!" as he had led the way. The whole force advanced towards the rat holes, the man who had run away a little to the rear. They went forward through the rank, exaggerated weeds and skirted the body of the second dead rat. They were extended in a bunchy line, each man with his gun pointing forward, and they peered about them in the clear moonlight for some crumpled, ominous shape, some crouching form. They found the gun of the man who had run away very speedily. "Flack!" cried Coster. "Flack!" "He ran past the nettles and fell down," volunteered the man who ran away. "Where?" "Round about there." "Where did he fall?" He hesitated, and led them athwart the long black shadows for a space, and turned judicially. "About here, I think." "Well, he's not here now." "But his gun—" "Confound it!" swore Coster. "Where's everything got to?" He strode a step towards the black shadows on the hillside that masked the holes and stood staring. Then he swore again. "If they have dragged him in—" So they hung, for a space, tossing each other the fragments of thoughts. Bensington's glasses flashed like diamonds as he looked from one to the other. The men's faces changed from cold clearness to a mysterious obscurity as they turned them to or from the moon. Every one spoke. No one completed a sentence. Then abruptly Cossard chose his line. He flapped his limbs this way and that and expelled orders in pellets. It was obvious he wanted lamps. Every one except Cossar was moving towards the hole. "You're going into the holes?" asked Woodward. "Obviously," said Cossar. He made it clear once more that the lamps of the cart and trolley were to be got and brought to him. Bensington, grasping this, started off along the path by the well. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Cossar's gigantic figure standing out as if he were regarding the holes pensively. At the sight Bensington halted for a moment and half turned. They were all leaving Cossar. Cossar was able to take care of himself, of course. Suddenly Bensington saw something that made him shout a windless "Hi!" In a second 3 rats had projected themselves from the dark tangle of the creeper towards Cossar. For 3 seconds Cossar stood, unaware of them, and then he had become the most active thing in the world. He didn't fire his gun. Apparently he had no time to aim, or to think of aiming. He ducked a leaping rat Bensington saw, and then smashed at the back of its head with the butt of his gun. The monster gave one leap and fell over itself. Cossar's form went right down out of sight among the reedy grass, and then he rose again, running towards another of the rats, and whirling his gun overhead. A faint shout came to Bensington's ears, and then he perceived the remaining 2 rats bolting divergently, and Cossar in pursuit towards the holes. The whole thing was an affair of misty shadows. All 3 fighting monsters were exaggerated and made unreal by the delusive clearness of the light. At moments Cossar was colossal, at moments invisible. The rats flashed athwart the eye in sudden, unexpected leaps, or ran with a movement of the feet so swift they seemed to run on wheels. It was all over in half a minute. No one saw it but Bensington. He could hear the others behind him, still receding towards the house. He shouted something inarticulate, and then ran back towards Cossar, while the rats vanished. He came up to him outside the holes. In the moonlight the distribution of shadows that constituted Cossar's visage intimated calm. "Hullo," said Cossar. "Back already? Where's the lamps?" "They're all back now in their holes. One I broke the neck of as it ran past me. See? There!" And he pointed a gaunt finger. Bensington was too astonished for conversation. The lamps seemed an interminable time in coming. At last they appeared, first one unwinking luminous eye, preceded by a swaying yellow glare, and then, winking now and then shining out again, 2 others. About them came little figures with little voices, and then enormous shadows. This group made, as it were, a spot of inflammation upon the gigantic dreamland of moonshine. "Flack," said the voices. "Flack!" An illuminating sentence floated up. "Locked himself in the attic." Cossar was continually more wonderful. He produced great handfuls of cotton wool and stuffed them in his ears. Bensington wondered why. Then he loaded his gun with a quarter charge of powder. Who else could have thought of that? Wonderland culminated with the disappearance of Coster's twin realms of boot soul upon the central hole. Coster was on all fours with two guns, one trailing on each side from a string under his chin, and his most trusted assistant, a little dark man with a grave face, was to go in stooping behind him, holding a lantern over his head. Everything had been made as sane and obvious and proper as a lunatic's dream. The wool, it seems, was on account of the concussion of the rifle. The man had some too, obviously. So long as the rats turned tail on Coster, no harm could come to him, and directly they headed for him he would see their eyes and fire between them. Since they would have to come down the cylinder of the hole, Coster could hardly fail to hit them. It was, Coster insisted, the obvious method, a little tedious perhaps, but absolutely certain. As the assistant stooped to enter, Bensington saw that the end of a ball of twine had been tied to the tail of his coat. By this he was to draw in the rope if it should be needed to drag out the bodies of the rats. Bensington perceived that the object he held in his hand was Coster's silk hat. How had it got there? It would be something to remember him by, anyhow. At each of the adjacent holes stood a little group with a lantern on the ground shining up the hole, and with one man kneeling and aiming at the round void before him, waiting for anything that might emerge. There was an interminable suspense. Then they heard Coster's first shot, like an explosion in a mine. Everyone's nerves and muscles tightened at that, and bang, 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 the rats had tried a bolt, and two more were dead. Then the man who held the ball of twine reported it twitching. "He has killed one in here," said Bensington, "and he wants the rope." He watched the rope creep into the hole, and it seemed as though it had become animated by a serpentine intelligence, for the darkness made the twine invisible. At last it stopped crawling, and there was a long pause. Then what seemed to Bensington the queerest monster of all crept slowly from the hole, and resolved itself into the little engineer emerging backwards. After him, and ploughing deep furrows, Coster's boots thrust out, and then came his lantern-illuminated back. Only one rat was left alive now, and this poor doomed wretch cowered in the innermost recesses until Coster and the lantern went in again and slew it. And finally Coster, that human ferret, went through all the runs to make sure. "We got 'n," he said to his nearly awe-stricken company at last. "And if it hadn't been a mud-headed mucker, I should have stripped to the waist, obviously. Feel my sleeves, Bensington. I'm wet through with perspiration. Jolly hard to think of everything. Only a half-way up of whiskey can save me from a cold." 7. There were moments during that wonderful night when it seemed to Bensington that he was planned by nature for a life of fantastic adventure. This was particularly the case for an hour or so after he had taken a stiff whiskey. "Shan't go back to Sloane Street," he confided to the tall, fair, dirty engineer. "You won't, eh? No fear," said Bensington, nodding darkly. The exertion of dragging the 7 dead rats to the funeral pyre by the nettle grove left him bathed in perspiration, and Coster pointed out the obvious physical reaction of whiskey to save him from the otherwise inevitable chill. There was a sort of brigand's supper in the old bricked kitchen, with a row of dead rats lying in the moonlight against the hen runs outside, and after 30 minutes or so of rest, Coster roused them all to the labours they were still to do. Obviously, as he said, they had to wipe the place out. No litter, no scandal, see? He stirred them up the idea of making destruction complete. They smashed and splintered every fragment of wood in the house. They built trails of chopped wood wherever big vegetation was springing. They made a pyre for the rat bodies and soaked them in paraffin. Bensington worked like a conscientious navvy. He had a sort of climax of exhilaration and energy towards 2 o'clock, when in the work of destruction he wielded an axe the bravest fled in his neighbourhood. Afterwards he was a little sobered by the temporary loss of his spectacles, which were found for him at last in his side-coat pocket. Men went to and fro about him, grimy, energetic men. Coster moved amongst them like a god. Bensington drank that delight of human fellowship that comes to happy armies, to sturdy expeditions, never to those who live the life of the sober citizen in the cities. After Coster had taken his axe away and set him to carry wood, he went to and fro, saying they were all good fellows. He kept on, long after he was aware of fatigue. At last all was ready, and the broaching of the paraffin began. The moon, robbed now of all its meagre night retinue of stars, shone high above the dawn. "Burn everything," said Coster, going to and fro. "Burn the ground, and make a clean sweep of it, see?" Bensington became aware of him, looking now very gaunt and horrible in the pale beginnings of the daylight, hurrying past with his lower jaw projected, and flaring a torch of touchwood in his hand. "Come away," said someone, pulling Bensington's arm. The still dawn, no birds were singing there, was suddenly full of a tumultuous crackling. A little dull red flame ran about the base of the pyre, tinged to blue upon the ground, and set out to clamber, leaf by leaf, up the stem of a giant nettle. A singing sound mingled with the crackling. They snatched their guns from the corner of the Skinners' living room, and then everyone was running. Coster came after them with heavy strides. Then they were standing, looking back at the experimental farm. It was boiling up. The smoke and flames poured out like a crowd in a panic, from doors and windows and from 1,000 cracks and crevices in the roof. Trust Coster to build a fire. A great column of smoke, shot with blood-red tongues and darting flashes, rushed up into the sky. It was like some huge giant suddenly standing up, straining upward and abruptly spreading his great arms out across the sky. It cast the night back upon them, utterly hiding and obliterating the incandescence of the sun that rose behind it. All Hickley Brow was soon aware of that stupendous pillar of smoke, and came out upon the crest in various deshabille to watch them coming. Behind, like some fantastic fungus, this smoke pillar swayed and fluctuated, up into the sky, making the downs seem low and all other objects petty. And in the foreground, led by Coster, the makers of this mischief followed the path, 8 little black figures coming wearily, guns shouldered, across the meadow. As Benjamin looked back there came into his jaded brain and echoed there a familiar formula. What was it? "You have lit to-day, you have lit to-day." Then he remembered Latimer's words. "We have lit this day such a candle in England as no man may ever put out again." What a man Coster was, to be sure! He admired his back view for a space, and was proud to have held that hat. Proud! Although he was an eminent investigator and Coster only engaged in applied science. Suddenly he felt shivering and yawning enormously, and wishing he was warmly tucked away in bed in his little flat that looked out upon Sloane Street. It didn't do even to think of Cousin Jane. His legs became cotton strands, his feet lead. He wondered if anyone would get them coffee in Hickley Brow. He had never been up for all night for 33 years. 8. And while these 8 adventurers fought with rats about the experimental farm, 9 miles away, in the village of Cheesing Eyebright, an old lady with an excessive nose struggled with great difficulties by the light of a flickering candle. She gripped a sardine tin opener in one gnarled hand, and in the other she held a tin of Herakleophorbia, which she had resolved to open or die. She struggled indefatigably, grunting at each fresh effort, while through the flimsy partition the voice of the cattle's infant wailed. "Bless his poor heart!" said Mrs. Skinner, and then with her solitary tooth biting her lip in an ecstasy of determination, "Come up!" And presently Jab, a fresh supply of the food of the gods, was let loose to wreak its power of giantry upon the world. End of Book 1, Chapter 3 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. Recording by Alex C. Telander, Davis, California. www.alexctelander.com. Book 1, Chapter 4 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex C. Telander, Davis, California. The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth, by H.G. Wells. Book 1, Chapter 4. The Giant Children. 1. For a time at least, the spreading circle of residual consequences about the experimental farm must pass out of the focus of our narrative. How for a long time a power of bigness, in fungus and toadstool, in grass and weed, radiated from that charred but not absolutely obliterated centre. Nor can we tell here at any length how these mournful spinsters, the 2 surviving hens, made a wonder of and a show, spent their remaining years in eggless celebrity. The reader who is hungry for fuller details in these matters is referred to the newspapers of the period, to the voluminous, indiscriminate files of the modern recording angel. Our business lies with Mr. Bensington at the focus of the disturbance. He had come back to London to find himself a quite terribly famous man. In a night the whole world had changed with respect to him. Everybody understood. Cousin Jane, it seemed, knew all about it. The people in the streets knew all about it. The newspapers all and more. To meet Cousin Jane was terrible, of course, but when it was over, not so terrible after all. The good woman had limits even to her power of facts. It was clear that she had communed with herself and accepted the food as something in the nature of things. She took the line of huffy dutifulness. She disapproved highly, it was evident, but she did not prohibit. The flight of Bensington, as she must have considered it, may have shaken her, and her worst was to treat him with bitter persistence for a cold he had not caught, and fatigue he had long since forgotten, and to buy him a new sort of hygienic all-wool combination underwear, that was apt to get involved and turn partially inside out and partially not, and as difficult to get into for an absent-minded man as society. And so for a space, and as far as his convenience left him leisure, he still continued to participate in the development of this new element in human history, the food of the gods. The public mind, following its own mysterious laws of selection, had chosen him as the one and only responsible inventor and promoter of this new wonder. It would hear nothing of Redwood, and without a protest it allowed Coster to follow his natural impulse into a terribly prolific obscurity. Before he was aware of the drift of these things, Mr. Bensinton was, so to speak, stark and dissected upon the hoardings. His baldness, his curious general pinkness, and his golden spectacles had become a national possession. Resolute young men with large expensive-looking cameras and a general air of complete authorization took possession of the flat for brief but fruitful periods, let off flashlights in that they filled it for days with dense, intolerable vapor, and retired to fill the pages of the syndicated magazines with their admirable photographs of Mr. Bensinton, complete and at home in his second-best jacket and his slashed shoes. Other resolute-mannered persons of various ages and sexes dropped in and told him things about "boom food." It was Punch first called the stuff "boom food," and afterwards reproduced what they had said as his own original contribution to the interview. The thing became quite an obsession with Broadbeam, the popular humorist. He scented another confounded thing he could not understand, and he fretted dreadfully in his efforts to laugh the thing down. One saw him in clubs, a great clumsy presence with the evidences of his midnight oil burning manifest upon his large unwholesome face, explain to every one he could buttonhole. "These scientific chaps, haven't a sense of humor, That's what it is. This science. Kills it." He jests at Bensinton became malignant libels. An enterprising press-cutting agency sent Bensinton a long article about himself from a sixpenny weekly, entitled "A New Terror," and offered to supply 100 such disturbances for a guinea, and two extremely charming young ladies, totally unknown to him, called, and to the speechless indignation of Cousin Jane, had tea with him and afterwards sent him their birthday books for his signature. He was speedily quite hardened to seeing his name associated with the most incongruous ideas in the public press, and to discover in the reviews articles written about "boom food," and himself in a tone of the utmost intimacy by people he had never heard of; and whatever delusions he may have cherished in the days of his obscurity about the pleasantness of fame were dispelled utterly in fervor. At first, except for Broadbeam, the tone of the public mind was quite free from any touch of hostility. It did not seem to occur to the public mind as anything but a mere playful supposition that any more Herakleophorbia was going to escape again, and it did not seem to occur to the public mind that the growing little band of babies, now being fed on the food, would presently be growing more up than most of us ever grow. The sort of thing that pleased the public mind was caricatures of eminent politicians after a course of boom-feeding, uses of the ideas on hoardings, and such edifying exhibitions as the dead wasps that had escaped the fire and the remaining hens. Beyond that the public did not care to look, until very strenuous efforts were made to turn its eyes to the remoter consequences, and even then for a while its enthusiasm for action was partial. "There's always something new," said the public, a public so glutted with novelty that it would hear of the earth being split as one splits an apple, without surprise, and "I wonder what they'll do next." But there were one or two people outside the public, as it were, who did already take that further glance, and some, it seems, were frightened by what they saw there. There was young Caterham, for example, cousin of the Earl of Pewterstone, and one of the most promising of English politicians, who, taking the risk of being thought a faddist, wrote a long article in the 19th Century and After, to suggest its total suppression, and, in certain of his moods, there was Bensinton. "They don't seem to realize," he said to Cossar. "No, they don't. And do we? Sometimes, when I think of what it means, this poor child of redwoods, and of course you are 40 feet high, perhaps. After all, ought we to go on with it?" "Go on with it!" cried Cossar, convulsed with inelegant astonishment, and pitching his note higher than ever. "Of course you'll go on with it! What do you think you were made for? Just to loaf about between meal times?" "Serious consequences!" he screamed. "Of course! Enormous! Obviously! Why, man, it's the only chance you'll ever get of a serious consequence, and you want to shirk it!" For a moment his indignation was speechless. "It's downright wicked!" he said at last, and repeated explosively, "Wicked!" But Bensinton worked in his laboratory now with more emotion than zest. He couldn't tell whether he wanted serious consequences to his life or not. He was a man of quiet taste. It was a marvelous discovery, of course, quite marvelous, but he had already become the proprietor of several acres of scorched, discredited property near Hickley Brow, at a price of nearly £90 an acre, and at times he was disposed to think it as serious a consequence of speculative chemistry as any unambitious man could wish. Of course he was famous, terribly famous; more than satisfying, altogether more than satisfying, was the fame he had attained. But the habit of research was strong in him, and at moments, rare moments in the laboratory chiefly, he would find something else than habit and Cossar's arguments to urge him to his work. This little spectacled man, poised perhaps with his slashed shoes wrapped about the legs of his high stool, and his hand upon the tweezer of his balanced weights, would have again a flash of that adolescent vision, would have a momentary perception of the eternal unfolding of the seed that had been sown in his brain, would see as it were in the sky, behind the grotesque shapes and accidents of the present, the coming world of giants, and all the mighty things the future was in store. vague and splendid, like some glittering palace seen suddenly in the passing of a sunbeam far away, and presently it would be with him as though that distant splendor had never shone upon his brain, and he would perceive nothing ahead but sinister shadows, vast declivities and darknesses, inhospitable immensities, cold, wild, and terrible things. 2. Amidst the complex and confused happenings, the impacts from the great outer world that constituted Mr. Bensingen's frame as shining and active a figure presently became conspicuous, became almost, as it were, a leader and marshal of these externalities in Mr. Bensingen's eyes. This was Dr. Winkles, that convincing young practitioner, who has already appeared in this story as the means whereby Redwood was able to convey the food to his son. Even before the great outbreak, it was evident that the mysterious powders Redwood had given him had awakened this gentleman's interest immensely, and so soon as the first wasp came he was putting two and two together. He was the sort of doctor that is in manners, in morals, in methods and appearance most succinctly and finally expressed by the word "rising." He was large and fair, with a hard, alert, superficial, aluminum-colored eye, and hair like chalk mud, even-featured and muscular about the clean-shaven mouth, erect in figure and energetic in movement, quick and spinning on the heel, and he wore long frock coats, black silk ties, and plain gold studs and chains, and his silk hats had a special shape and brim that made him look wiser and better than anybody. He looked as young or old as anybody grown up, and after that first wonderful outbreak he took to Bensington and Redwood and the food of the gods with such a convincing air of proprietorship, that at times, in spite of the testimony of the press to the contrary, Bensington was disposed to regard him as the original inventor of the whole affair. "These accidents," said Winkles, when Bensington hinted at the dangers of further escapes, "are nothing. The discovery is everything. Properly developed, suitably handled, sanely controlled, we have something very portentous indeed in this food of ours. We must keep our eye on it. We mustn't let it out of control again, and we mustn't let it rest." He certainly did not mean to do that. He was at Bensington's now almost every day. Bensington, glancing from the window, would see the faultless equipage come spanking up Sloane Street, and after an incredibly brief interval Winkles would enter the room with a light, strong motion, and pervade it, and protrude some newspapers and supply information, and make remarks. "Well," he would say, rubbing his hands, "how are we getting on?" and so pass to the current discussion about it. "Do you see," he would say, for example, "that Caterham has been talking about our stuff at the Church Association?" "Dear me!" said Bensington, "that's a cousin of the Prime Minister, isn't it?" "Yes," said Winkles, "a very able young man, very able. Quite wrong-headed, you know, violent reactionary, but thoroughly able, and he's evidently disposed to make capital out of this stuff of ours. Takes a very emphatic line. Talks of our proposal to use it in the elementary schools." "Our proposal to use it in the elementary schools?" "I said something about that the other day, quite in passing. Little affair at a polytechnic. Trying to make it clear the stuff was really highly beneficial, not in the slightest degree dangerous, in spite of those first little accidents, which cannot possibly occur again. You know, it would be rather good stuff, but he's taken it up. What did you say? Mere obvious nothings, but as you see, takes it up with perfect gravity, treats the thing as an attack, says there's already a sufficient waste of public money in elementary schools without this. Tells the old stories about piano lessons again, you know. No one, he says, wishes to prevent the children of the lower classes obtaining an education suited to their condition, but to give them a food of this sort will be to destroy their sense of proportion utterly. Expands the topic. What good will it do, he asks, to make poor people 36 feet high? He really believes, you know, that they will be 36 feet high. So they would be, said Bensington, if you gave them our food at all regularly. But nobody said anything. I said something. But, my dear Winkles— "There'll be bigger, of course," interrupted Winkles, with an air of knowing all about it, and discouraging the crude ideas of Bensington. "Bigger, indisputably. But listen to what he says. Will it make them happier? That's his point. Curious, isn't it? Will it make them better? Will they be more respectful to properly constituted authority? Is it fair to the children themselves? Curious how anxious his sort are for justice, so far as any future arrangements go. Even nowadays, he says the cost of feeding and clothing his children is more than many of their parents can contrive, and if this sort of thing is to be permitted, eh? You see, he makes my mere passing suggestion into a positive proposal, and then he calculates how much a pair of breeches for a growing lad of 20 feet high or so will cost, just as though he really believed. £10, he reckons, for the merest decency. Curious, this Caterham, so concrete. The honest and struggling ratepayer will have to contribute to that, he says. He says we have to consider the rights of the parent. It's all here, 2 columns. Every parent has a right to have his children brought up in his own size. Then comes the question of school accommodation, cost of enlarged desks and forms for already too greatly burthened national schools. And to get what? A proletariat of hungry giants? winds up with a very serious passage. Says even if this is wild suggestion, mere passing fancy of mine, and misinterpreted at that, this wild suggestion about the schools come to nothing. That doesn't end the matter. This is a strange food, so strange as to seem to him almost wicked. It has been scattered recklessly, he says, and it may be scattered again. Once you've taken it, it's poison unless you go on with it. So it is, said Benington, and in short he proposes the formation of a national society for the preservation of the proper proportion of things. Odd, eh? People are hanging on the idea like anything. But what do they propose to do? Winkle shrugged his shoulders and threw out his hands. Form a society, he said, and fuss. They want to make it illegal to manufacture this Herakleophorbia, or at any rate to circulate the knowledge of it. I've written about a bit to show that Caterham's idea of the stuff is very much exaggerated indeed, but that doesn't seem to check it. Curious how people are turning against it, and the National Temperance Association, by the by, has founded a branch for temperance in growth. Said Benington, and stroked his nose. After all that has happened, there's bound to be this uproar. On the face of it, the thing's startling. Winkles walked about the room for a time, hesitated, and departed. It became evident there was something at the back of his mind, some aspect of crucial importance to him, that he waited to display. One day, when Redwood and Benington were at the flat together, he gave them a glimpse of this something in reserve. "How's it all going?" he said, rubbing his hands together. "We're getting together a sort of report." "For the Royal Society?" "Yes." Said Winkles, very profoundly, and walked to the hearthrug. But here's the point. Ought you?" "Ought we what?" "Ought to publish." "We're not in the Middle Ages," said Redwood. "I know. As Cossar says, swapping wisdom, that's the true scientific method. In most cases, certainly, but this is exceptional. We should put the whole thing before the Royal Society in the proper way," said Redwood. Winkles returned to that on a later occasion. "It's in many ways an exceptional discovery." "That doesn't matter," said Redwood. "It's the sort of knowledge that could easily be subject to grave abuse, grave dangers, as Caterham put it." Redwood said nothing. "Even carelessness, you know. If we were to form a committee of trustworthy people to control the manufacture of boom food, Herakleophorbia, I should say we might." He paused, and Redwood, with a certain private discomfort, pretended that he did not see any sort of interrogation. Outside the apartments of Redwood and Benington, Winkle, in spite of the incompleteness of his instructions, became a leading authority upon boom food. He wrote letters defending its use, he made notes and articles explaining its possibilities, he jumped up irrelevantly at the meetings of the scientific and medical associations to talk about it, he identified himself with it. He published a pamphlet called "The Truth About Boom Food," in which he minimized the whole of the Hickley Brow affair almost to nothing. He said that it was absurd to say boom food would make people 37 feet high. That was obviously exaggerated. It would make them bigger, of course, but that was all. Within that intimate circle of two, it was chiefly evident that Winkles was extremely anxious to help in the making of Herakleophorbia, help in correcting any proofs there might be of any paper that might be in preparation upon the subject, do anything indeed that might lead up to his participation in the detailed making of Herakleophorbia. He was continually telling them both that he felt it was a big thing, that it had big possibilities, if only they were safeguarded in some way. And at last, one day, he asked outright to be told just how it was made. "I've been thinking over what you said," said Redwood. "Well?" said Winkles, brightly. "It's the sort of knowledge that could easily be subject to grave abuse," said Redwood. "But I don't see how that applies," said Winkles. "It does," said Redwood. Winkles thought it over for a day or so. Then he came to Redwood and said that he doubted if he ought to give powders about which he knew nothing to Redwood's little boy. It seemed to him it was uncommonly like taking responsibility in the dark. That made Redwood thoughtful. "You've seen that the Society for the Total Suppression of Boom Food claims to have several thousand members," said Winkles, changing the subject. "They've drafted a bill," said Winkles. "They got young Caterham to take it up, readily enough. They're in earnest. They're forming local committees to influence candidates. They want to make it penal to prepare and store Herakleophorbia without special license, and felony, matter of imprisonment without option, to administer boom food. That's what they call it, you know, to any person under 1 and 20. But there's collateral societies, you know, all sorts of people. The Society of the Preservation of Ancient Statures is going to have Mr. Frederick Harrison on the council, they say. You know he's written an essay about it, says it is vulgar and entirely inharmonious with that revelation of humanity that is found in the teachings of Comte. It is the sort of thing that 18th century couldn't have produced even in its worst moments. The idea of the food never entered the head of Comte, which shows how wicked it really is. No one, he says, who really understood Comte. But you don't mean to say," said Redwood, alarmed out of his disdain for Winkles. "They'll not do all that," said Winkles. "But public opinion is public opinion, and votes are votes. Everybody can see you are up to a disturbing thing, and the human instinct is all against disturbance, you know. Nobody seems to believe Caterham's idea of people 37 feet high, who won't be able to get inside a church, or a meeting-house, or any social human institution. But for all that, they're not so easy in their minds about it. They see there's something more than a common discovery." "There is," said Woodward, "in every discovery. Anyhow, they're getting restive. Caterham keeps harping on what may happen if it gets loose again. I say over and over again, it won't, and it can't, but there it is." And he bounced about the room for a little while as if he meant to reopen the topic of the secret, and then thought better of it and went. The two scientific men looked at each other. For a space only their eyes spoke. "If the worst comes to the worst," said Redwood at last, in a strenuously calm voice, "I shall give the food to my little Teddy with my own hands." 3. It was only a few days after this that Redwood opened his paper to find that the Prime Minister had promised a royal commission on boom food. This sent him, newspaper in hand, round to Bessington's flat. "Winkles, I believe, is making mischief for the stuff. He plays into the hands of Caterham. He keeps on talking about it, and what it is going to do, and alarming people. If he goes on, I really believe he'll hamper our inquiries. Even as it is, with this trouble about my little boy—" Bensington wished Winkles wouldn't. "Do you notice how he has dropped into the way of calling it boom food?" "I don't like that name," said Bensington, with a glance over his glasses. "It's just so exactly what it is, to Winkles. Why does he keep on about it? It isn't his. It's something called booming," said Redwood. "I don't understand. If it isn't his, everybody's getting to think it is. Not that that matters. In the event of this ridiculous agitation becoming serious," began Bensington. "My little boy can't get on without the stuff," said Redwood. "I don't see how I can help myself now. If the worst comes to the worst—" A slight bouncing noise proclaimed the presence of Winkles. He became visible in the middle of the room, rubbing his hands together. "I wish you'd knock," said Bensington, looking vicious over the gold rims. Winkles was apologetic. Then he turned to Redwood. "I'm glad to find you here," he began. "The fact is—" "Have you seen about this royal commission?" interrupted Redwood. "Yes," said Winkles, thrown out. "Yes. What do you think of it?" "Excellent thing," said Winkles. "Bound to stop most of this clamor. Ventilate the whole affair. Shut up Caterham. But that's not what I came round for, Redwood. The fact is—" "I don't like this royal commission," said Bensington. "I can assure you it will be all right. I may say, I don't think it's a breach of confidence, that very possibly I may have a place on the commission." "Hm!" said Redwood, looking into the fire. "I can put the whole thing right. I can make it perfectly clear, first, that the stuff is controllable, and secondly, that nothing short of a miracle is needed before anything like that catastrophe at Hickley Brow can possibly happen again. This is just what it was wanted, an authoritative assurance. Of course I could speak with more confidence if I knew—but that's quite by the way. And just at present there's something else, another little matter, upon which I'm wanting to consult you. Ahem! The fact is—well, I happen to be in a slight difficulty, and you can help me out." Redwood raised his eyebrows and was secretly glad. "The matter is highly confidential." "Go on," said Redwood. "Don't worry about that." "I have recently been entrusted with a child—the child of an exalted personage." Winkles coughed. "You're getting on," said Redwood. "I must confess it's largely your powders, and the reputation of my success with your little boy. There is, I cannot disguise, a strong feeling against its use. And yet I find that among the more intelligent one must go quietly in these things, you know, little by little. Still, in the case of Her Serene High—I mean this new little patient of mine. As a matter of fact, the suggestion came from the parent, or I should never—" He struck Redwood as being embarrassed. "I thought you had a doubt of the advisability of using these powders," said Redwood. "Merely a passing doubt. You don't propose to discontinue—" "In the case of your little boy? Certainly not. So far as I can see, it would be murder. I wouldn't do it for the world." "You shall have the powders," said Redwood. "I suppose you couldn't—" "No fear," said Redwood. "There isn't a recipe. It's no good, Winkles, if you'll pardon my frankness. I'll make you the powders myself." "Just as well, perhaps," said Winkles, after a momentary hard stare at Redwood. "Just as well. And then—" "I can assure you I really don't mind in the least." 4. When Winkles had gone, Bensington came and stood on the hearth rug and looked down at Redwood. "Her Serene Highness?" he remarked. "Her Serene Highness," said Redwood. "It's the Princess of Dryburgh, no further than a third cousin." "Redwood," said Bensington, "it's a curious thing to say, I know, but do you think Winkles understands?" "What?" "Just what it is we have made." "Does he really understand?" said Bensington, dropping his voice and keeping his eye doorward, "that in the family of his new patient—" "Go on," said Redwood. "Who have always been, if anything, a little under—the average?" "Yes, and so very tactfully undistinguished in any way, he is going to produce a royal personage, an outsized royal personage of that size, you know, Redwood. I'm not sure whether this is not something almost treasonable." He transferred his eyes from the door to Redwood. Redwood flung a momentary gesture, index finger erect, at the fire. "By Jove!" he said, "he doesn't know." "That man," said Redwood, "doesn't know anything. That was his most exasperating quality as a student. Nothing. He passed all his examinations, he had all his facts, and he had just as much knowledge as a rotating bookshelf containing the Times Encyclopedia, and he doesn't know anything now. He's Winkles, and incapable of really assimilating anything not immediately and directly related to his superficial self. He is utterly void of imagination, and, as a consequence, incapable of knowledge. No one could possibly pass so many examinations and be so well dressed, so well done, and so successful as a doctor, without that precise incapability. That's it, and in spite of all he's seen and heard and been told, there he is. He has no idea whatever what he has set going. He has got a boom on. He's working it well on boom food, and someone has to let him into this new royal baby, and that's boomier than ever, and the fact that Weser Dryburgh will presently have to face the gigantic problem of a 30-odd-foot princess not only hasn't entered his head, but couldn't. It couldn't. There'll be a fearful row, said Bensinton, in a year or so soon as they really see she is going on growing. Unless, after their fashion, they hush it up. It's a lot to hush up. Rather. I wonder what they'll do. They never do anything. Royal tact. They're bound to do something. Perhaps she will. Oh, Lord, yes. They'll suppress her. Such things have been known. Redwood burst into desperate laughter. The redundant royalty. The bouncing babe in the iron mask, he said. They'll have to put her in the tallest tower of old Weser Dryburgh Castle, and make holes in the ceiling as she grows from floor to floor. Well, I'm in the very same pickle, and Coster and his 3 boys, and, well, there'll be a fearful row, Bensinton repeated, not joining in the laughter. A fearful row. I suppose, he argued, you've really thought it out thoroughly, Redwood. You're quite sure it wouldn't be wiser to warn Winkles, wean your little boy gradually, and rely upon the theoretical triumph? I wish to goodness you'd spend half an hour in my nursery when the food's a little late, said Redwood, with a note of exasperation in his voice. Then you wouldn't talk like that, Bensinton. Besides, fancy warning Winkles. No, the tide of this thing has caught us unawares, and whether we're frightened or whether we're not, we've got to swim. I suppose we have, said Bensinton, staring at his toes. Yes, we've got to swim, and your boy will have to swim, and Coster's boys. He's given it to all 3 of them. Nothing partial about Coster, all or nothing, and Her Serene Highness, and everything. We are going on making the food. Coster also. We're only just in the dawn of the beginning, Redwood. It's evident all sorts of things are to follow. Monstrous great things. But I can't imagine them, Redwood, except— He scanned his finger-nails. He looked up at Redwood with eyes bland through his glasses. I've half a mind, he ventured, that Caterham is right. At times it's going to destroy the proportions of things. It's going to dislocate. What isn't it going to dislocate? Whatever it dislocates, said Redwood, my little boy must have the food. They heard someone falling rapidly upstairs. Then Coster put his head into Fiat. Hello, he said, as their expressions, and entering, well? They told him about the princess. Difficult question, he remarked. Not a bit of it. She'll grow. Your boy'll grow. And the others you'll give it to will grow. Everything. Like anything. What's difficult about that? That's all right. A child could tell you that. Where's the bother? They tried to make it clear to him. Not go on with it, he shrieked. But you can't help yourselves now. It's what you're for. It's what Winkles is for. It's all right. Often wondered of what Winkles was for. Now it's obvious. What's the trouble? Disturbance? Obviously. Upset things? Upset everything. Finally, upset every human concern. Plays a pikestaff. They're going to try and stop it, but they're too late. It's their way to be too late. You go on and start as much of it as you can. Thank God he has a use for you. But the conflict, said Bensinton. The stress. I don't know if you have imagined— You ought to have been some sort of little vegetable, Bensinton, said Coster. That's what you ought to have been. Something growing over a rockery. Here you are, fearfully and wonderfully made, and all you think you're made for is just to sit about and take your victuals. Do you think this world was made for old women to muff about in? Well, anyhow, you can't help yourselves now. Got to go on. I suppose we must, said Redwood, slowly. No, said Coster, in a huge shout. No! Make as much as you can, and as soon as you can. Spread it about. He was inspired to a stroke of wit. He parodied one of Redwood's curves with a vast upward sweep of his arm. Redwood, he said, to point the illusion. Make it so! 5. There is, it seems, an upward limit to the pride of maternity, and this in the case of Mrs. Redwood was reached when her offspring completed his 6th month of terrestrial existence, broke down his high-class bassinet perambulator, and was brought home, bawling, in the milk-truck. Young Redwood at that time weighed 59½ pounds, measured 48 inches in height, and gripped about 60 pounds. He was carried upstairs to the nursery by the cook and housemaid. After that, discovery was only a question of days. One afternoon Redwood came home from his laboratory to find his unfortunate wife deep in the fascinating pages of The Mighty Atom, and at the sight of him she put the book aside and ran violently forward and burst into tears on his shoulder. "Tell me what you've done to him," she wailed. "Tell me what you've done." Redwood took her hand and led her to the sofa. while he tried to think of a satisfactory line of defense. "It's all right, my dear," he said. "It's all right. You're only a little overwrought. It's that cheap perambulator. I've arranged for a bath chair man to come round with something stouter to-morrow." Mrs. Redwood looked at him tearfully over the top of her handkerchief. "A baby in a bath chair!" she sobbed. "Well, why not? It's like a cripple. It's like a young giant, my dear, and you've no cause to be ashamed of him." "You've done something to him, Dandy," she said. "I can see it in your face." "Well, it hasn't stopped his growth, anyhow," said Redwood heartlessly. "I knew," said Mrs. Redwood, and clenched her pocket handkerchief ball, fashioned in one hand. She looked at him with a sudden change to severity. "What have you done to our child, Dandy?" "What's wrong with him?" "He's so big! He's a monster!" "Nonsense! He's as straight and clean as a baby as ever a woman had. What's wrong with him?" "Look at his size!" "That's all right. Look at the puny little brutes about us. He's the finest baby—" "He's too fine!" said Mrs. Redwood. "It won't go on," said Redwood reassuringly. "It's just a start he's taken." But he knew perfectly well it would go on, and it did. By the time this baby was 12 months old he tottered just 1 inch under 5 feet high, and scaled 8 stone 3. He was as big, in fact, as a St. Peter's in Vaticano cherub, and his affectionate clutch at the hair and features of visitors became the talk of West Kensington. They had an invalid's chair to carry him up and down to his nursery, and his special nurse, a muscular young person just out of training, used to take him for his airings in a Panhard 8 h.p. hill-climbing perambulator, specially made to meet his requirement. It was lucky in every way that Redwood had his expert witness connection in addition to his professorship. When one got over the shock of little Redwood's enormous size, he was, I am told by people, who used to see him almost daily turf-tuffing slowly about Hyde Park, a singularly bright and pretty baby. He rarely cried or needed a comforter. Commonly he clutched a big rattle, and sometimes he went along hailing the bus drivers and policemen along the road outside the railings as Dada and Baba in a sociable, democratic way. "There goes that great boom-food baby," the bus driver used to say. "Looks 'ealthy," the forward passenger would remark. "Bottle-fed," the bus driver would explain. "They say it's old's a gallon and 'ad to be specially made for 'im." "Very 'ealthy child, any'ow," the forward passenger would conclude. When Mrs. Redwood realized that his growth was indeed going on indefinitely and logically, and this she really did for the first time when the motor perambulator arrived, she gave way to a passion of grief. She declared she never wished to enter her nursery again, wished she was dead, wished the child was dead, wished everybody was dead, wished she had never married Redwood, wished no one ever married anybody, ajaxed a little, and retired to her own room, where she lived almost exclusively on chicken broth for 3 days. When Redwood came to remonstrate with her, she banged pillows about and wept and tangled her hair. "He's all right," said Redwood. "He's all the better for being big. You wouldn't like him smaller than other people's children." "I wanted him to be like other children, neither smaller nor bigger. I wanted him to be a nice little boy, just like Georgina Phyllis is a nice little girl. And I wanted to bring him up nicely in a nice way, and here he is," and the unfortunate woman's voice broke, "wearing number 4 grown-up shoes and being wheeled about by a boo-boo petroleum. I can never love him," she wailed. "Never! He's too much for me. I can never be a mother to him, such as I meant to be." But at last they contrived to get her into the nursery, and there was Edward Monson Redwood. Pantagruel was only a later nickname, swinging an especially strengthened rocking-chair and smiling and talking goo and wow, and the heart of Mrs. Redwood warmed again to her child, and she went and held him in her arms and wept. "They've done something to you," she sobbed, "and you'll grow and grow, dear, but whatever I can do to bring you up nice I'll do for you, whatever your father may say." And Redwood, who had helped to bring her to the door, went down the passage much relieved. But it's a base job, this being a man, with women as they are." 6. Before the year was out, there were, in addition to Redwood's pioneer vehicle, quite a number of motor perambulators to be seen in the west of London. I am told there were as many as 11, but the most careful inquiries yielded trustworthy evidence of only 6 within the metropolitan area at that time. It would seem the stuff acted differently upon different types of constitution. At first, Herakleophorbia was not adapted to injection, and there can be no doubt that quite a considerable proportion of human beings are incapable of absorbing this substance in the normal course of digestion. It was given, for example, to Winkle's youngest boy, but he seems to have been as incapable of growth as, if Redwood was right, his father was incapable of knowledge. Others again, according to the Society for the Total Suppression of Boom Food, became in some inexplicable way corrupted by it, and perished at the onset of infantile disorders. The Kosser boys took to it with amazing avidity. Of course, a thing of this kind never comes with absolute simplicity of application into the life of man. Growth in particular is a complex thing, and all generalizations must need be a little inaccurate. But the general law of food would seem to be this, that when it could be taken into the system in any way, it stimulated it in a very nearly the same degree in all cases. It increased the amount of growth from 6 to 7 times, and it did not go beyond that, whatever amount of the food in excess was taken. Excess of Herakleophorbia, indeed, beyond the necessary minimum led, it was found, to morbid disturbances of nutrition, to cancer and tumors, ossifications, and the like; and once growth upon the large scale had begun, it was soon evident that it could only continue upon that scale, and that the continuous administration of Herakleophorbia in small but sufficient doses was imperative. If it was discontinued while growth was still going on, there was first a vague restlessness and distress, then a period of voracity, as in the case of the young rats at Hankey, and then the growing creature had a sort of exaggerated anemia, and sickened and died. Plants suffered in a similar way. This, however, applied only to the growth period. So soon as adolescence was attained, in plants this was represented by the formation of the first flower buds, the need and appetite for Herakleophorbia diminished, and so soon as the plant or animal was fully adult, it became altogether independent of any further supply of the food. It was, as it were, completely established on the new scale. It was so completely established on the new scale that, as the thistles about Hickley Brow and the grass of the downside already demonstrated, its seed produced giant offspring after its kind. And presently little Redwood, pioneer of the new race, first child of all who ate the food, was crawling about his nursery, smashing furniture, biting like a horse, pinching like a vice, and bawling gigantic baby talk at his nanny and mammy, and the rather scared and awe-stricken daddy, who had set this mischief going. The child was born with good intentions. "Pata be good," he used to say, as the breakables flew before him. Pata was his rendering of Pantagruel, the nickname Redwood imposed on him; and Kosar, disregarding certain ancient lights that presently led to trouble, did, after a conflict with the local building regulations, get building on a vacant piece of ground adjacent to Redwood's home, a comfortable well-lit play-room, school-room, and nursery, for their 4 boys. 60 feet square about this room was, and 40 feet high. Redwood fell in love with that great nursery as he and Kosar built it, and his interest and courage faded, as he had never dreamt it could fade, before the pressing needs of his son. "There is much," he said, "in fitting a nursery. Much. The walls, the things in it, they will all speak to this new mind of ours, a little more, a little less eloquently, and teach it, or fail to teach it, 1,000 things." "Obviously," said Kosar, reaching hastily for his hat. They worked together harmoniously, but Redwood supplied most of the educational theory required. They had the walls and woodwork painted with a cheerful vigor. For the most part a slightly warmed white prevailed, but there were bands of bright, clean color to enforce the simple lines of construction. "Clean colors we must have," said Redwood, and in one place had a neat horizontal band of squares, in which crimson and purple, orange and lemon, blues and greens, in many hues and many shades, did themselves honor. These squares the giant children could arrange and rearrange at their pleasure. "Decorations must follow," said Redwood. "Let them first get the range of all the tints, and then this may go. There is no reason why one should bias them in favor of any particular color or design." "Then the place must be full of interest," said Redwood. "Interest is food for a child, and blankness torture and starvation. He must have pictures galore." There were no pictures hung about the room for any permanent service, however, but blank frames were provided into which new pictures would come and pass thence into a portfolio so soon as their fresh interest had passed. There was one window that looked down the length of the street, and in addition, for an added interest, Redwood had contrived above the roof of the nursery a camera obscura that watched the Kensington High Street and not a little of the gardens. In one corner that most worthy implement, an abacus, 4 feet square, a specially strengthened piece of ironmongery with rounded corners, awaited the young giant's incipient computations. There were few woolly lambs and such like idols, but instead, Kosar, without explanation, had brought one day in 3 four-wheelers, a great number of toys, all just too big for the coming children to swallow, that could be piled up, arranged in rows, rolled about, bitten, made to flap and rattle, smacked together, felt over, pulled out, opened, closed, and mauled, and experimented with to an interminable extent. There were many bricks of wood in divers colors, oblong and cuboid, bricks of polished china, bricks of transparent glass, and bricks of India rubber. There were slabs and slates, there were cones, truncating cones, and cylinders. There were oblate and prolate spheroids, balls of varied substances, solid and hollow, many boxes of diverse size and shape, with hinged lids and screw lids and fitting lids, and one or two to catch and lock. There were bands of elastic and leather, and a number of rough and sturdy little objects of a size together that could stand up steadily and suggest the shape of a man. "Give him these," said Kosar, "one at a time." These things Redwood arranged in a locker in one corner. Along one side of the room, at a convenient height for a 6 or 8 foot child, there was a blackboard, on which the youngsters might flourish in white and colored chalk, and near by a sort of drawing block, from which sheet after sheet might be torn, and on which they could draw in charcoal; and a little desk there was, furnished with great carpenter's pencils of varying hardness, and a copious supply of paper on which the boys might first scribble and then draw more neatly. And moreover Redwood gave orders, so far ahead did his imagination go, for specially large tubes of liquid paint and boxes of pastels against the time when they should be needed. He laid in a cask or so of plasticine and modelling clay. At first he and his tutor shall model together, he said, and when he is more skilful he shall copy casts and perhaps animals. And that reminds me, I must have made for him a box of tools. Then books. I shall have to look out a lot of books to put in his way, and they'll have to be big type. Now what sort of books will he need? There is his imagination to be fed. That, after all, is the crown of every education. The crown, as sound habits of mind and conduct, are the throne. No imagination at all is brutality. A base imagination is lust and cowardice. But a noble imagination is God walking the earth again. He must dream, too, of a dainty fairyland, of all the quaint little things of life, in due time. But he must feed chiefly on the splendid real. He shall have stories of travel through all the world, travels and adventures, and how the world was won. He shall have stories of beasts, great books splendidly and clearly done of animals and birds and plants and creeping things, great books about the deeps of the sky and the mystery of the sea. He shall have histories and maps of all the empires the world has seen, pictures and stories of all the tribes and habits and customs of men, and he must have books and pictures to quicken his sense of beauty, subtle Japanese pictures to make him love the subtler beauties of bird and tendril and falling flower, and Western pictures too, pictures of gracious men and women, sweet groupings, and broad views of land and sea. He shall have books on the buildings of houses and palaces. He shall plan rooms and invent cities. I think I must give him a little theatre. Then there is music. Redwood thought that over, and decided that his son might best begin with a very pure-sounding harmonicon of 1 octave, to which afterwards there could be an extension. He shall play with this first, sing to it, and give names to the notes, said Redwood, and afterwards— He stared up at the window-sill overhead, and measured the size of the room with his eye. "They'll have to build his piano in here," he said. "Bring it in pieces." He hovered about, amidst his preparations, a pensive, dark little figure. If you could have seen him there, he would have looked to you like a 10-inch man amidst common nursery things. A great rug, indeed it was a Turkey carpet, 400 square feet of it, upon which young Redwood was soon to crawl, stretched to the grill-guarded electric radiator that was to warm the whole place. A man from Cossar's hung amidst scaffolding overhead, fixing the great frame that was to hold the transitory pictures. A blotting-paper book for plant specimens as big as a house door leant against the wall, and from it projected a gigantic stalk, a leaf-edge or so, and one flower of chickweed, all of that gigantic size that was soon to make Earthshot famous throughout the botanical world. A sort of incredulity came to Redwood as he stood among these things. "If it really is going on," said Redwood, staring up at the remote ceiling. From far away came a sound like the bellowing of a Mafeking bull, almost as if in answer. "It's going on all right," said Redwood, evidently. There followed resounding blows upon a table, followed by a vast crowing shout. "Guloo! Bazoo! Bzz!" "The best thing I can do," said Redwood, following out some divergent line of thought, "is to teach him myself." The beating became more insistent. For a moment it seemed to Redwood that it caught the rhythm of an engine's throbbing, the engine he could have imagined of some great train of events that bore down upon him. Then a descendant flight of sharper beats broke up that effect, and were repeated. "Come in!" he cried, perceiving that some one rapped, and the door that was big enough for a cathedral opened slowly a little way. The new winch ceased to creak, and Bensinton appeared in the crack, gleaming benevolently under his protruded baldness and over his glasses. "I've ventured round to see," he whispered in a confidentially furtive manner. "Come in," said Redwood, and he did, shutting the door behind him. He walked forward, hands behind his back, advanced a few steps, and peered up with a bird-like movement at the dimensions about him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Every time I come in," he said, with a subdued note in his voice, "it strikes me as big." "Yes," said Redwood, surveying it all again also, as if in an endeavor to keep hold of the visible impression. "Yes, they're going to be big, too, you know." "I know," said Bensinton, with a note that was nearly all. "Very big." They looked at one another, almost as it were apprehensively. "Very big indeed," said Bensinton, stroking the bridge of his nose, and with one eye that watched Redwood doubtfully for a confirmatory expression. "All of them, you know, fearfully big. I don't seem able to imagine, even with this, just how big they're all going to be." End of Book 1, Chapter 4 of The Food of the Gods and How It Came to Earth. Recording by Alex C. Telander, Davis, California. www.alexctelander.com